And being questioned by police. Randall's Island is home to a men's shelter and a migrant shelter. Police have not said what led up to the attack.
Let's get back to the weather now and take a view of the city from the water. This is what it looked like when the storm first moved in. It's wet and foggy out there. You can barely see the skyline or Lady Liberty, just a couple of seagulls in the foreground there.
But how are we doing now? Let's turn things over to meteorologist Tony Sadiku with your first alert forecast. Tony.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends where you are. I mean, we knew that miles would make a difference in this type of scenario. And the city, if you're hoping to go outside and see a winter wonderland, unfortunately not the case. But you saw some of those live pictures, right? Some of those reporters across the tri-state. Different picture than you're seeing now. This is right outside the CBS Broadcast Center. And look at this. I mean, just wet roads. I mean, you're not seeing accumulating snow. At times, I will caution you, those sidewalks may have accumulated a little bit of slush, so be cautious if you are going to be walking around, walking the dog this morning. It's 37, far too warm for any wintry weather to stick. Northeast wind at 7. We will pay attention to that wind direction because eventually it's going to turn on us and potentially drive us a little colder to give us a better chance, but it's not going to be much in the city. Different story. I mean, look at some of these totals, and we expected it right up across the Hudson Valley. Look at Ulster County, more than a foot of snow. In Orange County and Unionville, you had a foot of snow as well. Poughkeepsie had close to a foot. I think we round out that number today. Wantage, 11. I mean, a lot of these towns, we saw big totals. North and west of the city. You get closer to the city, under an inch in many neighborhoods. LaGuardia, I mean, just a little over a quarter of an inch. Central Park, unfortunately, well shy of that inch that we've been trying to get to really end that snowless streak. 693 days we've gone without an inch of snowfall. It's our longest streak we've ever done. And I don't see it changing. This is additional snowfall today in Central Park. It's not impossible. We see a few more flakes flying. It's not going to accumulate to all that much. Another quick check at radar satellite. You still see we got some weather falling. It's not super heavy at the moment. We'll watch kind of this big picture pattern, which still promises to give us kind of one last wave of energy through this morning. So by 9 o'clock, it's not impossible that any wintry precip gets closer to the city, but it's not going to be long lasting or particularly heavy here. This is 11:30 noon, and then poof, it's basically gone. We'll end up with cloudy skies clearing overnight. Your Monday looks phenomenal. It's a bright day. Enjoy it, soak it up, because you've heard us talking about our next system right on the heels. This is Tuesday, and we've got a red alert for Tuesday afternoon into Wednesday with that next system pushing on in, and that one looks to unfortunately aggravate flooding concerns, especially with snowpack north and west of the city and potentially an additional 2 to 3 inches of rain. That red alert into the first part of Wednesday. Temperatures dropping. We're dry Thursday, Friday. And then Saturday could be another messy day. So we're going to spend all morning breaking down the details on the forecast. But for now, I want to send it right back over to John Elliott in western Morris County. You're making snowballs out there.
Well, there you go. So, Tony, this is like great snowball weather. So the kids are going to dig it. And if you're in one of the areas where they can, go sledding, it is going to be slick, it is going to be fast, but this is the kind of snow that can hurt you. There's so much water in it, so ice becomes an element. I just want to show you real quickly. We're at 32.8 degrees. So, Tony and I know the science of that. You can have snow at about 35 degrees. I know it's hard for the cameras to pick this up, but I am getting flakes. I'm also getting some crystals in this as well. So the concern for the areas that are seeing snow is this. I mean, look at this, is really slushy. And depending on what the temperatures do tonight, you're going to get some icing. So that's why the crews have to be so diligent and get it down to pavement. That's why you have to be so diligent and get it down to pavement. Real quickly, I want to review. I know this is common sense stuff. I know The snow veterans are saying, give me a break, but it's a different kind of snowy to-do list today. You have to make sure that you're clearing off the entire car. I had 5 inches of snow on my car, so I had to, I'll show you the tools a little later in the show. You have to clear everything off because those things will fly off and hit the car behind you. Anybody with anything from maybe a 2016 on, you've got front and rear sensors. You have to clear those sensors off and keep clearing them off. They will ice up, so you have to clear those off. Wheel wells can be a huge mess. I know it's a pain because you have your driveway done, you park your car, and then all that stuff falls off the wheel well. But keep kicking that stuff off and stay on Paw Patrol because with all the salt, the pups and any critter that's out there is going to be impacted by all the salt. So coming up a little later, we're at the fabulous Jefferson Diner. I was just talking to Steve. He's going to come back a little bit later. So you've got municipal crews, you've got private crews. They've got to clear this off. They've got to get walkways off. They're going to have the salting out. And again, talking to Michelle over at the Wawa, son couldn't get an Uber, and you know, it's just a real headache. Hey, Vince. Look, take a shot. This is going to freak them out in the booth. See how now with that light behind that, you can see these are big flakes. There's a lot of moisture still. This is kind of the last gasp that Tony has been talking about. So we'll see how this plays out really hour by hour, but the bigger story is what you're up against today, tonight, and then with this next storm coming in on Tuesday. But Chris, I know your kids are going to love this because it is snowball weather. Just make sure they're playing safe as I toss it back to you.
Johnny, I got the sleds out last night. I got the gloves, the hats, the mittens, the boots, everything ready to go. Daddy wasn't going to be there this morning, so I'm like, all right, here you go, Mom. The hill's that way. Good luck. Hopefully they've got enough snow when they do wake up. Right, John? Thanks so much. It is the first snowfall of the season, and many of you have been sharing the excitement by sending us your snow photos and videos. And it's not just the humans who love this stuff. Of course, the animals enjoy seeing some of that white stuff out there. Tricia in Somerset County, New Jersey, sent in this video of her dog, a Belgian Malinois, experiencing snow for the very first time. Congratulations. After checking it out for a bit, the pup got really excited and then was like, all right, let's go back inside. Debbie Olson in Wantage, New Jersey, shared these photos. She says it's the view from her back deck and it looks completely covered in snow at the time. Now let's go upstate New York, Sullivan County. Sue Kleiman sent us this beautiful shot of snowfall. This is in Rock Hill. We also want to share a video from an aspiring meteorologist in Seacliff, New York. Here's what Vincent Lilly saw in his neighborhood. Vincent, take it away.
Snow is definitely picking up. You can see it's on my shoulder a lot. All right, but yes, this is going to cause reduced visibility, and those strong winds could actually make it close to blizzard conditions. I don't think we're going to get to blizzard conditions, but it really depends on how strong those winds get and how heavy the snow gets.
All right, Vincent, you are officially hired. We've got another storm system coming in Tuesday into Wednesday morning. As Tony just mentioned, we would love to have come on in and join the fun. Well, I'm kidding, but maybe we'll call you. We would love to see what your neighborhood looks like right now. So send us your site, scan the QR code on your screen to submit, and we will share more of your photos and videos throughout the day. Mary, once they say reduced visibility, we know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
And please remember to stay safe as you venture outdoors to explore, and I'll send it back over to you.
Yeah, way to go, Vincent. We want to see more of Vincent. Thanks. Up next, respiratory viruses are on the rise nationwide, and so are hospitalizations. What the CDC says you need to know to keep your family safe. And the FDA issuing a recall for one type of baby formula. Why officials are calling for it to be pulled off store shelves. New data shows that respiratory viruses didn't take a break for the holidays. The CDC says COVID-19 and flu activity are both increasing in most of the country. In fact, it says flu-like activity is high or very high in all but a dozen states. Hospitalizations for COVID-19 and the flu both surged last week compared to the week before. Meanwhile, the CDC says that RSV activity is showing signs of slowing down in parts of the country, especially in the South. The agency says the best way to protect yourself is by getting vaccinated.
The Supreme Court is set to consider its second major abortion-related case of the year on Friday. The High Court said it will decide if emergency room doctors can perform medically necessary abortions in states where they're prohibited. The case centers on Idaho's namesake Defense of Life Act, which bans the termination of most pregnancies except to prevent the death of the mother. This law also says doctors who break this law could have their licenses suspended.
And the FDA is reporting another baby formula recall. Batches of Enfamil's Nutramigen, hypoallergenic baby formula powder, are being recalled due to a risk of bacterial contamination. Owners of the specialty formula are advised to throw this away. Information on the recall and any refunds are on the FDA's website.
Always scary when you hear about those recalls. Okay, coming up after the break, we're going to preview the Golden Globes airing live tonight on CBS. That's at 8 p.m. What's new for this year's ceremony after this? Well, today is the day we kick off the award season with the 81st Golden Globe Awards right here on CBS.
A lot to be excited about this year. There's a new voting body, 2 new categories, and a new host, comedian Joe Coy. He joined Cindy Hsu on CBS News at 9 a.m. and talked about preparing for the big night.
It's something I haven't done, and I'm excited doing it, and I haven't stopped. This is the most writing I've done in a long, long time. I mean, it's every single night. I'm going to bed late. I'm constantly writing, and then going back and forth with my writers. So it's a challenge, but I love it, and it's gotten this new fire burnt up inside of me.
And don't miss the Golden Globes tonight, 8 o'clock, right here on CBS 2 and streaming on Paramount Plus. Good luck to him.
Coming up, another check of the forecast. We continue to track the tail end of the storm.
We've got team coverage all morning long detailing the conditions outside. You're watching CBS 2 News this morning.
This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
Now on CBS 2 News this morning, we're tracking the first winter storm of the year. Meteorologist Tony Sadiku has its path, and we're talking about what you can expect as you head out the door today.
We're covering every angle of this weekend storm, and we're not out of the woods just yet. Details on how long this wintry mess will last. Good morning. It's 6:30 on this Sunday, January 7th. I'm Mary Calvi.
And I'm Chris Raggi. We're still tracking this major system hitting the area. So let's get to the forecast. We've got team coverage all morning long from different parts of the tri-state area detailing the snow and the rain conditions currently out there.
But first, meteorologist Tony Sadiku joins us with your first alert forecast. All right, Tony, what are we expecting?
Yeah, a lot of folks waking up to, piles of snow in the backyard. For others, it's just wet roads. Big picture, we're kind of winding this down. We're still under winter weather alerts, but we're starting to shave off where we had those winter storm warnings that extended really just outside of the city. Now we still have warnings pretty much as you get up towards I-84. Advisories that extend as far south as maybe northern Westchester County, across sections of southern Connecticut. But the more you get into Jersey, the less you're going to encounter that. Coastal flood alerts also continue along the coast. Those winds were fairly gusty overnight, blowing in on shore. And because of that, through this morning's high tide, there could be inundation as much as maybe half a foot to a foot and a half along the coast. It's also why along the coast, especially I-95 to the east, you really haven't seen much snow. Those temperatures have been far too mild, but still a lot of action. The low is right off the coast. So that's why you're starting to see a little bit more filling in here, especially the further north you get. Let's zoom on in. You get a closer look as far south as maybe Bergen County, places like Wyckoff and Oakland, as you get into Ramapo and in sections of, say, Putnam County and northern Westchester. Yeah, you got some snow falling at the moment, but it tapers to maybe some light drizzle. Everything is falling fairly light at the moment. But let's take a closer look, kind of give you the big picture pattern. We've been talking with John Ellie, who's live in western Morris County all morning long, and he's kind of been giving us a lay of the land. You got some snow, a little slush behind you. How's things looking right now?
Oh. Well, I love this, Tony, because through the miracle of live TV, we can put Cindy on TV. Oh, my God. Oh, don't worry, Cindy. Cindy, you're live on TV right now. Cindy has to open up the Jefferson Diner.
Get that coffee ready.
So you said roadways were fine, driveways aren't. What do you mean?
Well, plowing, everybody goes by there, the towns, and they plow you right in. You can't get out.
Yeah, so the hard part was the driveway.
Yeah.
80?
Yeah, getting out of it.
Yeah.
At my age, you have to plow out there.
Come on, Cindy.
It's not easy. I'm serious. I have a lot of call-outs. People are like, we're plowed in. We can't even get out.
Yeah.
But my help can't get in, so
well, we are
try to do the best we can.
We're your guest here at the Jefferson Diner all morning long. You have to open up by 7, but it's going to be hard for some of your crews to get in too, right?
I already have call-outs.
Yeah.
I have call-outs already, so got my running shoes on today.
So if Vince and Alex want eggs, they'll be good to go shortly after 7.
Yes, in 15 minutes you're ready.
Yeah. All right, now roll up. I know you got to get in there. Roll up your window for me. Do me a favor here, because I told Cindy I would do her this favor. This is a snow Joe. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just real quickly do this on this side. And the trick is you don't want to do too much, because when you step in, you step like this. And then what you do is you break it and spread it the other way. The foam keeps this from hurting this beautiful Mazda. And then you've got to remember, this stuff is so thick and then of course there's always that little rear antenna that you will have to be careful. I also want to show you real quickly, this thing this is thick, real icy.
Thank you.
Oh, you're too nice. Let me ask you another question. Did you get anything on your dash saying your sensors weren't working?
Yes.
And it's the front and rear sensor, right?
Yeah, it's a pain in the neck.
Yeah, it is a pain in the neck.
Because you're like, oh.
I know, and then when you need it. All right, go ahead and get in there. I'm going to show you what you need to do is, here it is. This forecast is not sponsored by Mazda, but they're going to love it. This will ice up, and so you want to make sure you're constantly cleaning these, so that gives you all of the safety features you wanted. Cindy's on her way in, And I know they're getting antsy in the studio, but there's a lot of things you have to factor in extra time if you have to be somewhere today, like a diner. And if not, it's a great storm to just stay inside and enjoy. And Mary, Chris, and Tony, bring your car by and we'll provide full, complete service here.
Driving over now.
You know, Johnny, those days working at that car wash when you were younger, really paying off. And also, you know, Cindy, she sounds like she's got a couple of call-outs. She may be able to do some help in there. Why don't you kind of go inside, pour a couple cups of coffee, Johnny? Come on.
Will you cook us up some pancakes?
Vince is a real good short order cook. Yes, we'll do that.
Scrambled eggs.
Egg and cheese for me, please.
All right. We're getting some orders together, John.
Thanks, Johnny.
You. And thanks to Cindy. She's such a good sport.
You know what?
Really
She knew she had a job to do. She's got to be there, and she's toughing it out. Good for her. Hopefully not too many more call-outs. All right, let's check the roads in upstate New York for you right now.
Zinnia Maldonado joining us live from Mobile 2 in Orange County. Zinnia, good morning.
Mary and Chris, good morning. Right now we're driving along Route 17 northbound. We just passed Chester area and we're heading towards Middletown because that's where we're told there are a couple of inches of snow. Now I'm sure this looks pretty different than what you're used to seeing in the city. You're not going to be waking up to this, but up here in Orange County there are a couple of inches on the ground. We're taking it slow on the roadways because as you can see there is like a thick coating of that slush on the ground here. Now as I mentioned, we are heading up to Middletown, just a couple of minutes away because we're told they have a good amount of snow on the ground over there. Now I want to show you some video. This is from last night. Folks navigating the snowfall again here in Orange County, where you saw pretty much everything from slipping and sliding on the sidewalks to spin-outs on the roads. Now Orange County DPW crews were working around the clock prepping for this storm. They were gassing up the trucks, loading up salt, and prepping the plows as they have more than 500 lane miles to handle here throughout the county. Now, executives we spoke with emphasizing the good timing of this storm. You know, Saturday night into Sunday morning, people aren't on the roadways as much. I mean, right here as you're looking at, it's what, just a couple of minutes after 6:30. Not a lot of people out on the roadways. Once again, we're driving along Route 17 northbound, so they're kind of pointing out that this is not a heavy morning commute, making it a lot easier for their crews to clean up the roadways quickly and keep them clear. I want to bring you back out here live once again. This is Route 17 northbound. We're taking it slow because there is a thick coating of that snow. It's wet, it's slippery out here. We are going to continue to keep you updated, but now let's head to Sussex County in New Jersey, where they got plenty of snow. That is where we find CBS 2's Shosh Bedrosian, who joins us live. Shosh, what are you seeing over there?
Hey, Zinnia. So we're actually located in northern Passaic County here in Newfoundland, just right off of Route 23. And we are luckily seeing some snow coming down on and off. It's very exciting. I was saying before, this is one of those days I'd wake up as a kid and I just want to hit the slopes, seeing this come down, want to play outside with, friends and family. So like I said, we're right off Route 23 right now. There is some snow accumulation you can see just behind me. There are plows that have been coming through. The roads looked pretty clear when we were driving up in this area. I will say we started to see that rain to snow changeover once we hit Paterson, New Jersey this morning, very early this morning. That's when you start to see that change. It gets a little bit colder. We're all the way up north now, and that's when we are starting to see some accumulation and some people actually stuck in their vehicles trying to get out. We're going to toss you to some video. When we arrived here in Newfoundland, we saw a man stuck at a gas station, which is just behind me here, trying to get out. So what did we do? We had to help him, of course. We had to shovel one of his tires out. This snow is really thick, so people driving through it, you're going to be kind of hitting like a brick wall. It's thick, it's tough, it's hard snow. It's actually, we were talking about before, John Elliott said it's the perfect snowball weather, and it is. But we helped him get out. We actually had one of the crews who was out here kind of navigating the roads, trying to see what they're like, help him out as well. So that was exciting. We were able to get somebody out. He was very, very grateful. We have been tracking just to see how much snow we have been getting. So when you come back to us, are getting. And as we mentioned before, and you probably saw in that video, one of our photographers was helping push out this guy, and I also had one of our other photographers make me a perfect snowball. Let's see if I can catch it. And this is exactly what we're talking about. Perfect snowball weather. This is something I'd probably toss at my brothers growing up, but it's hard. You know, this isn't like the light, fluffy snow that we usually see. This is hard snow. It's like, there's my throw for the day. So as we have snow, this storm is impacting across the region. We have Jennifer McLogan on Long Island dealing with coastal flooding. So Jennifer, tell us.
Of Northport. About 1 foot above normal. The wind gusts are coming and going, which are indicative. Some of the time you can see the village Christmas tree, the branches are moving every once in a while, but we're not getting that horrible wind that we had earlier today. The villages and shops are about to open. Of course, that's the bakery, the famous bakery down the street. And we're right here on Main Street. You look in this direction, the village police department, the fire department, the mayor's office, they all plan to keep us posted about any problems. Any snow that we had has already melted. We have been here in the past for dangerous wind spouts off the water and thunder snow. We got none of that in this storm. The next high tide, as we said, is 7:22, and the coastal flood advisory, oh, there goes the wind, remains in effect here until 10 a.m. And now to Central Park, where my colleague Doug Williams is standing by. Doug, still no snow there?
City did eventually turn into slush and a wintry mix, which turned to rain, and that's for the most part what we're seeing now. It is light rain, a light wind, and the city agencies, we've seen them go by with their equipment and with actually snow plows, with the plow above street level, because there's not much to do. And I did hear from Shosh before she showed us her measuring stick that she had one. And so the city agencies aren't the only ones who were prepared. Our photographer Dana Riccardi came prepared with this incredibly large measuring stick. And I did just want to give you guys a sense of what we're dealing with here, which is nothing. It is just rain. It's wet and it's cold. There's a little breeze, but again, Central Park, it's been almost 700 days since you needed to use one of these, and I think it was just over a couple inches when it last snowed significantly here. But as of right now, this is getting dusty, but we brought it out just to prove the point that right now it's just cold and rainy here in Central Park and in Manhattan. We are going to make our way to Connecticut a little bit later on and see if people are enjoying the snow there. But for now, we're live here in Central Park. Doug Williams, CBS 2 News. Chris and Mary,
Doug, you be careful. Doug, be careful. You're acting like a maniac out there. Be careful.
It's hard to make out what you're saying right now, Chris. It's pretty wild here, but thank you.
I can't believe it's been almost 700 days.
No, keep the original packaging of that measuring stick. You're going to want to return that. So we are in a snow drought in Central Park. Other areas seeing plenty of it. We invite you to share safely what's going on where you are. Scan the QR code on your screen to send in some photos and some videos. We're really enjoying seeing all of them. And stay with CBS 2 for the latest conditions and the forecast. Look for updates all weekend here on the air and streaming on CBS News New York.
It just goes to show you how arbitrary this is. I mean, literally 25 minutes away in Bergen County, there was snow. Kids are going to sled this morning unless the rain washes it away. I mean, in New York, nothing. All right, in sports, the Knicks won their 4th straight since acquiring OG Anunoby. We've got highlights coming up in sports after this.
And meteorologist Tony Sadiku will be back with another check of the forecast. You're watching CBS 2 News Sunday morning. Time now for a check of your weather. Meteorologist Tony Sadiku with the First Alert forecast.
Hey guys, good. Everything as we've been watching it throughout the morning, big picture has been essentially going according to plan. We knew the biggest snowfall totals would be north and west of the city. Across the city, it's been a little bit of a disappointment for snow lovers. It's been messy in terms of the rain, the snow, the mix, all that sort of thing, but not really anything plowable. The view right now does show some low clouds out there, some visibility issues. Watch out for some areas of that as you're out and about. Don't see too much traffic for folks making their way out there. It's 37 with a little bit of that mist drizzle to northeast wind that'll stick around. We're still under a red alert until about noon. That's because even though the system is pulling away at this point, we still have enough moisture for some lingering rain and snow. The snow could, it's not impossible you get some snow to at least approach the city. We'll be watching for that. And also, don't want all this to overshadow what we're thinking Tuesday is going to look like, which at this point is still looking like a mess. Here's radar satellite big picture. Low right offshore. We're still getting an east breeze. Once the low basically passes north of our latitude, we're going to start to drag in some of that northerly wind, which we think may be enough to kind of push back to the coast some of that milder air, which has been kind of keeping that rain snow line north of the city. That's why we think it's not impossible that this might try to end as some snowflakes by, this mid-morning to late morning. At the moment, you see, near and around Stamford, you've got some snow falling. It's really more to the north of you as you make your way into like northern Westchester and up into like places like Putnam, Rockland's dealing with some light snow. But it's adding to, you know, the measurable snow that we've already had. That's why those winter weather advisories are still posted there. That extends to the south as well. Futurecast will map out what we're thinking the rest of the morning. This is what I mean. See how those wind arrows are starting to show north? That low moves to the north, and we could get a little bit of that wraparound snow to push towards the coast. And it's not impossible, you know, 11 o'clock, you got some flakes flying around the city, but it's going to be so brief that we don't anticipate big accumulations. Clouds sticking around, then breaking up overnight. Tomorrow's a bright day. It's chilly, that north wind, but those winds will start to shift out of the south heading into Tuesday. So what comes on Tuesday is going to be mostly a rain event, may start as snow for the Catskills. Then it's going to be a long duration of moderate to heavy rain that's going to accumulate, maybe 2-3 inches possible. This might create a problem, we think, especially on snow-covered ground as that tries to melt north and west of the city. That's why Weather Prediction Center highlighting us in that moderate risk. Keep in mind, the last time we had big flooding in North Jersey, it was a slight risk. So we think a decent chance for that heading Tuesday into Wednesday. A little break Thursday, Friday. Could be another wet start to the weekend. And I know John's been kind of keeping an eye on the forecast too for Tuesday, Wednesday. You're in an area that is getting a lot of snow, and the concern for potentially river flooding in kind of that neighborhood out in Morris County.
Well, I got to tell you, you have to connect all the dots, and we would be remiss if we did not alert people to the Big Threat Tuesday faces. I just want to bring Vince over here real quickly. Look at this guy. This is a little Bobcat front loader. So, I mean, you need the heavy gear. This stuff is so heavy, so he's got to get as close as he can to the curb to get the bank ready. They've done a great job with the parking lot here. And as you can see, I mean, we'll show you in just a second, it is still snowing. The lights are shining bright here at the Jefferson Diner, and we're ready for business at 7 o'clock. I'm going to do the old light trick with Vince to show you snowfall rates have actually, there's just enough cold air in place where now it's all flake from top to bottom in the atmosphere, and you can actually see it here, which was black, and now there's just this little coating coming on board. So with all due respect to Doug Williams and Shosh and Zania, nobody's got a snowman yet. Look at this guy. He is ready to go. He's obviously got the right gear on, and the last thing a snowman wants to see is sun. So we're ready. We're ready for breakfast, and we're ready for more snow here in western Morris County at the Jefferson Diner. Right now, though, we'll toss things back to you.
Well done, John. You're the first to build the snowman on this Sunday morning. Love it. You know, I'm a little bit kind of a small guy.
Find a friend, he'll make one.
Exactly.
He didn't have a whole lot of time, but with the time that he had, he put it to good use. Thank you, Johnny.
And we'll be right back. Harrisburg got as much as 8 inches of snow in some areas. That made for some great sledding conditions. As you can see here, these kids clearly loving all that snow.
That is a winter wonderland right there. As the storm continues here, we invite you to share safely what's going on where you are. Scan the QR code on your screen, and you can send in some photos and videos of both the pets and the humans enjoying the snow out there if it's in your area. Stay with CBS 2 for the very latest conditions and the forecast. Look for updates all weekend right here on the air and streaming on CBS News New York.
Much more news still ahead, including another check on your Sunday morning forecast with meteorologist Tony Sadiku.
And we'll be right back.
Live and streaming from CBS News, New York. This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
The tri-state area with the first real winter storm in nearly 2 years. Some areas seeing snow. In the city, it's mostly rain.
And we've got team coverage of this storm. Zinnia Maldonado is in Mobile 2 monitoring some of the conditions on the roads. Jennifer McLogan is out on the island watching for any signs of potential flooding there. Doug Williams is in Central Park. Shosh Bedrosian is in Vernon Valley, where they got the most snow.
As for the storm's progress, we have John Elliott out at Jefferson Diner in Morris County, New Jersey, and leading the team coverage from the Weather Center is meteorologist Tony Sadiku. Tony. Well, we'll check back with you in just a moment. Hello, I'm Mary Calvi, and we're dealing with all this snow.
Mary, I'm Chris Raggy. I couldn't believe it when I woke up this morning. I'm like, look at all this snow. It's a winter wonderland out there. After a nearly 2-year streak, that snow drought has come to an end, while the city, it's turned to slush, and there's really not much here, as you can see. Further north, you can see there has been some accumulation. Our first alert weather team standing by. We're going to check in on John at that diner in northern Jersey in just a few moments.
But first, let's begin with Tony leading the team coverage from our Weather Center. Hi, Tony.
Hey, good morning. Yes, some get to brag about the winter wonderland. For others, it's kind of more of a disappointment. The temperatures in the city pretty much for the entire duration of this thing has been above freezing. So a lot of really any residual flakes that try to fall just hasn't really done a good job of sticking. Now the status of the system is we've got this low that is tracking north, and around it we're going to get some of this moisture to find its way close to the city. In fact, you look at the loop and you can kind of see that rain-snow line shifting ever so slightly, and we're watching for that. In some spots, you're still getting some moderate accumulations or moderate to light snowfall, and the concern is still going to be travel through the early part of the day and then gradually improving conditions from here. So that red alert, because of this residual stuff, is going to be until noon today for that final round of rain, a little mix. That changes over to light snow. I think for most of us, what's left of it, right, they'll get a little push of cooler air. Slick travel, especially north and west, where any additional, like even drizzle, could ice over. We'll have to watch for that. And that minor coastal flooding is mainly a morning thing. Otherwise, like I said, we go from what we've got right now to conditions improving. There we go, cloudy skies and drying out, numbers holding in the 30s for much of the day. All right, so we've been doing this whole team coverage thing. John Elliott in western Morris County. You're showing a few flakes falling earlier. How's it looking now?
Well, you know, Tony, I always love to dazzle people with math early in the morning. So, you know, in the weather business, we always talk about ratios. When it's really cold, the snow to rain ratio is a little higher. This is a lower ratio. And, you know, Governor Murphy was talking about, he was worried about power outages. So look at this. See how this will ice up on these branches. And then if you shake this, this is just going to come down in a vengeance, or that's what they worry about. You get these big, I mean, that's a lot of snow. That's really a lot of weight. And so it's hard on the trees. And then same thing on power lines. And look at this. Look at this. This is how much snow. This sky has been going back and forth. So that's in just the and you think, well, that's not very much. But it's definitely enough to make things very slippery. So you got to be careful. We are going to go inside ultimately at the Jefferson Diner. And then Tony's been talking about the big storm on Tuesday. Ooh, look at this shot over here, Vince. Look at this guy. This is something we're concerned about with elevation. We'll spill all that out as he keeps spilling out the snow. Hey, we're about to get run over. So watch. This guy's been working for an hour trying to get all this stuff done. So this is the chore for today as we send things back to you. Whoop, in the studio. I got to get one of these things.
Much easier way to shovel, though, Johnny, that is for sure, especially when it's heavy like you talked about. You know, Tony, it's amazing. Thank you, Johnny. It's amazing how arbitrary this is, though, in a certain part. I mean, that's northwestern New Jersey, right. But even like in Bergen County, whatnot, so lots of snow up there. I'm talking to one of my best friends who's waking up to 4 inches in his backyard right now. So, I mean, it's really kind of where you are in the tri-state area.
15 miles to the city, and it looks like it rained.
Well, you know, it's funny, coming in, like Route 4, you hit Hackensack, and it was like nothing.
Yeah.
But, again, 10 minutes in the other direction, you got 4 and 5 inches of snow.
Road's looking pretty good, though, which is nice. So for people getting
Could be
around.
worse.
Exactly.
Thanks,
all right, Tony, thanks. Let's check out on the roads now in upstate New York.
CBS 2's Zania Maldonado joins us from Mobile 2. She's in Orange County. Zania.
Well, Chris and Mary, those here in Orange County, specifically we are in Middletown, are waking up to a winter wonderland this morning. It looks very different from when you last checked in with us. We are driving around, as I mentioned, in Middletown, where it looks like they got at least about 6 inches minimum out here. Taking a look at the roadways, you can see there's a good coating still on the ground this morning. So definitely, if you're waking up once again in Orange County, you're going to have to give yourself that time to clean off the car, warm up the car, and drive slow to wherever you need to get to this morning. And we want to show you, even last night, folks were navigating the snowfall. You saw everything from, slipping and sliding on sidewalks to spin outs on the roads. Now, we did speak to Orange County DPW. They say crews were working around the clock, really prepping for this storm up here, gassing up those trucks, loading up the salt, and prepping plows, as they have more than 500 lane miles to handle. County executives, pointing out good timing of this storm. Saturday night into Sunday morning, people aren't on the roadways as much, so it gives them the time to clean up the roadways quickly and keep them clear. Now, if you do need to head out the door this morning, at least up here in Orange County, keep in mind some basic tips per AAA, because as you just saw, the roads do have a coating on them. So you want to make sure to accelerate and decelerate slowly when you're out here. Increase your following distance, of course, and don't stop if you can avoid it. Experts say it's better to slow down and keep rolling than to slam on the brakes. I want to take you back out here live once again in Middletown on the roadways. You can see a good coating out here. Not a lot of traffic. It is just a couple of minutes after 7 a.m. on a Sunday morning. So we're definitely going to start to see more folks out here as the morning gets underway. I'm going to continue to keep you updated. But for now, that is the latest live from Middletown. Zinnia Maldonado, Chris and Mary, back to you guys.
Okay, Zinnia, thank you. Let's head now to Passaic County, New Jersey, where some areas got around a foot of snow.
CBS 2 Show's Pedrosi joins us live now. What are you seeing there?
Hey guys, so it's snowing right now, which is so exciting to see. It's been a while since this area has actually had some accumulation, and it's been on and off. We've had some kind of these icier conditions come down, but right now it seems to be snow. We are actually in Newfoundland here in Passaic County, right off of Route 23. The roads, though, this is where we are starting to see some accumulation. You can see behind me, there are people that have decided to come out on the streets to drive. This guy's driving pretty quick. But some cars are taking it a little bit slower. As we mentioned, there is snow on the roads. Snow plows have been coming through. They've been salting the roads. As we mentioned before, and we will continue to mention all morning, is that this snow, it's not the fluffy, not the light snow that you want to wake up to and kind of play with. It's the snow that when you try to drive through it, it's tough, and it's going to be tough when your car tries to get through it. So take a look at this video. We actually had to help a man. We shoveled him out. He was stuck this morning outside one of the gas stations along Route 23 here. His right tire was the one that kept spinning. That's because he was trying to drive through one of the barricades that the snow plows created right off the gas station here. He was trying to get out. We couldn't. We actually got some other guys to help us out. So as a group, we were able to get him out. We spoke with a few of those guys who decided to test out the roads, see how they were doing. Here's what they had to say about the conditions here in Passaic County.
Going into work's bad. It's all the county roads are like kind of messy.
The back roads are definitely getting more icy with the rain that just, keeps falling. It's not really snowing anymore. So now the snow is getting extremely heavy, difficult to move. Cars are getting a lot more stuck.
Exactly. He said heavy cars are getting stuck. That's what we're seeing when people are trying to get out. We're tracking how much snow is really coming down here in Passaic County. We have a measuring stick that is out here right now. We are about, I think we're almost at 8 inches here, which is pretty exciting. When we first got out here, it was about 7 inches. So yeah, when you walk around, you see that, there's something here. It's not just a light dusting that we've been used to for the last few years. And this is exciting, definitely exciting for people to come outside. Kids are going to be happy when they get to see this. Like I said, the snow is pretty tough. So when you make a snowball, I have one hand right now, but when you can make a snowball, it's good. I mean, it's tough. You're going to throw it and it's going to hurt someone. It's not, like we said, the fluffy stuff that is fun to play with, fun to ski in, and that is the latest here in New Jersey. Send it back to you guys.
Yeah, Shush, be careful. A snowball like that's going to leave a mark. So
yeah, exactly.
don't get any ideas.
That's true.
Leave your cameraman alone. All right, Shush, thanks. We'll check back in with you in a little bit.
All right, let's check in now with CBS 2's Doug Williams.
He's in Central Park, where kids are waking up, sadly, to see there will be no sledding in Central Park on the Great Hill today. Hey, Doug.
Well, we know there is still winter to come, but as of right now, Central Park has not seen any significant snowfall from this storm. And again, we keep using these numbers. It has been quite some time since Central Park saw significant snowfall. We're approaching 700 days, and this major winter storm, which has brought significant snowfall very close to the city, is not going to be the storm to bring over an inch of snow to Central Park for the first time in almost 700 days. Crews have been busy around the city. We've seen them actually over the course of the last few hours. They've been preparing for whatever this storm might bring. The snowflakes we saw last night quickly turning into a wintry mix, which has turned into rain. And for the most part, that's what we're seeing now. You can see here in Central Park, it feels like a normal, cold, windy and rainy night. Or early morning, I should say. But as you can see down the street here, people are running, everyone sticking to their New Year's resolutions, despite what we thought might be snowfall here in the city. But for now, again, it's cold and wet, and I would say the wind is pretty calm as well. So eventually we're going to head to Connecticut this morning to get our eyes on some snowfall and see if people are enjoying themselves on this cold and snowy in Connecticut Sunday morning, but rainy here in Central Park. For now, we'll send things back to you, Chris and Mary.
Okay, Doug Williams in Central Park for us this morning. Now out on the island, it's been mostly rain. Now residents are watching out for any possible signs of flooding now.
Let's check in with CBS's Jennifer McLogan, who is live in Northport. Good morning, Jennifer.
Mary, Chris, good morning. We are in Suffolk County, just east of Huntington, in the historic maritime village of Northport. Right now, we are down in an area where there are lots of hills that come down right here to the bay. This is very sheltered. And right beyond us, of course, it flows into Long Island Sound, and due north of us is Connecticut, where they got all the snow. High tide here is 7:22 a.m. Right now, it looks like it's about 1 to 1.5 feet above normal. There's a village Christmas tree where we can see the branches are sometimes moving. It's a very beautiful sight. Right now, it's calm. Time to time, we had gusts of about 30 miles an hour. The village is starting to wake up. We have a well-known bakery down the street. The churches and synagogues starting to open. And now down Main Street, we have the village police department, the fire department, and the mayor's office all promised to keep us posted on any possible problems. We have been here in the past where we have water spouts that have been very intense off the water, and thunder snow. We did not have any of that here. The snow we've had has melted. We are standing by for the next high tide, of course, and the tidal flood advisory remains until 10 a.m. We're live in Northport. Back to you, Mary and Chris.
Jennifer, thanks so much. And we want to see your pictures and your videos. Share them with us by going to cbsnewyork.com/photos or just scan the QR code on your screen. Your pictures might even be featured on air and on our website.
And stay with CBS 2 for the very latest conditions and forecasts. Look for updates all weekend here on the air, online, and streaming on CBS News New York.
And coming up, what you need to know if you plan on using one of the Port Authority crossings today.
Plus, the latest on the efforts to resume service as usual on the 1, 2, and 3 lines following last week's train crash and derailment.
And our weather team with Tony Sadiku and John Elliott will be back with another check on the forecast. You're watching CBS 2 News Sunday morning.
Good morning and welcome back to CBS News Sunday morning. Taking a look at the conditions up in Sussex County, New Jersey. Way up in the northwest, we have an update on the weather from Tony Sadico and John Elliott coming up in just a moment. But happening today, you'll have to pay more to drive to and from New York and New Jersey. The Port Authority tolls going up between 63 cents and $1 on the GWB, the Goethals and Bayonne bridges. They're also going up by the same amount on both the Lincoln and Holland tunnels. Good morning.
An update now on Thursday's subway derailment and collision on the Upper West Side. The MTA says the 1, 2, 3 lines are back up and running this morning. The lines were only operating on partial service after a train derailed at 96th Street. Investigators say crew members working on repairs for an out-of-service train were instructed by their control center to cut the brakes so they could push the train into the rail yard. That's when it collided with a 1 train Thursday afternoon.
Time now for a check of your first alert forecast this morning.
We have a dynamic weather duo, Tony and John, tracking the storm. We'll get to John in a moment, but first let's get started with you, Tony, leading the coverage from the Weather Center.
Yeah, really disruptive weather, as expected. I guess the good news is it's happening on a weekend where a lot of folks don't really have to go out and drive in it. And where you did get like the foot of snow, the kids can have a little bit of snow day as conditions continue to improve. But it is going to be a big plow day, so make sure you are taking it easy. As John's been showing us, that snow is heavy and it is wet. It's going to take some effort. All right, so what to expect going forward? We do have a chance here for some lingering rain and snow. We do have some. I'll show you on radar too. And the possibility there continues through noon. After that, it's going to really start to wind down. So what this could lead to is another coating to maybe 2 inches in some spots. By Monday, this is a memory as we really clean up. We got bright skies. Conditions are calm, but only for a day, because by Tuesday, we're back under a red alert by late day with our next system, which is going to bring us a big punch of heavy rain and wind. You saw the images, right? Big snows for some, and then Central Park, where we knew it would be a tall task to get to that inch, right? I mean, that streak, almost 700 days, it's lasted long enough. Not quite the case this time around. Less than 1/4 of an inch before everything shifted to rain. In some spots, though, you've got some rain to play with, right? In Morris County, 1/2 foot of rain. You'll find that amount in Bergen County as well. Greenwich, you'll find 4.5 inches of rain. Stony Point, 4 inches of rain. So big totals for sure. There's the system, what's left of it. Low is still feeding us with a mild air along Long Island, so hasn't quite shifted yet. But the thinking is, you zoom on in, you get some of this snow kind of migrating further towards the coast. So some of this may shift over in Stamford, but it's still rain as you head in parts of Jersey at the moment. Futurecasts will show that line pushing towards the coast as those winds shift back out of the north. That's going to drag in some colder air, so those temperatures will drop. Clouds sticking around during the day today, then they're gone tomorrow. But then we've got to watch that next system. The system is cranking. The low is going to be to our west this time, so we're going to get all the tropical moisture that's going to funnel in, and it's going to be quite some time. But this time, it's not just rain. It's going to be the winds that could really cause some problems. Futurecast gusts, 40-mile-per-hour winds here, in addition to the rain, could mean not just the possibility for some power outages and maybe some minor damage, things like that, but then we've got to factor in the flooding concerns heading into Wednesday. We'll improve conditions Thursday, Friday, another system on Saturday. And really, got a lot to clean up from now. But we're looking ahead, and John and I have been kind of talking about this, especially in Jersey, where they've been hit hard with flooding over the last several weeks. And this is going to be a big concern out there this time around as well. And it looks like you found some friends, too.
I got to tell you, Tony, Tony, we've kind of flipped the switch because normally Tony's out and I'm in. People are the best. They are always happy to share their story. And Steve here to share some insight. What time did you get up this morning to start shoveling?
Get up. We've been out all night.
Out all night.
We started at 7 p.m. last night, salting. Now we've been plowing since. Wet, heavy snow. We call this a heart attack storm.
And why?
You can't shovel it. It's so heavy you can't shovel it. You move it with machines, you move it with a plow. Terrible storm.
And you know what I freak out about is you look at this slush here. I mean, if temperatures get critically cold enough, there is going to be some ice tonight.
If you see our trucks in here salting now, we're going to salt again, and we'll probably be back again once the storm quits.
When are you going to go to bed?
Tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
These kind of storms are 16, 18 hours.
Wow. How many guys on your crew?
4.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this, and it's a little extra do-re-mi, but
yeah, it's nice. Yeah, I've been doing it a long time. I'm tired of it.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to have breakfast.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, Steve. I like this Steve guy. I'll come out when you need me, and I'm leaving right after. All right, Tony, real quickly, I have to share this little bit of, and this is nothing we're happy about. We have to factor in the next storm. So we're in Lake Hopatcong, and which is just on the border of Sussex County, western Morris County. You've got to remember the Passaic River has tributaries, and if you look at these tributaries, we're closer to the Rockaway. But look at the elevation. Where I am, over 900 feet, Little Falls, where these three converge into the Passaic, you lose, what, 700 feet of elevation? Even more so into Patterson. So these communities that have been hit so hard with all the flooding, they're looking at more rain, but, and I hate to do this to Vince and Alex, I mean, look at here. This is the elevation that we have right here. Up that ridge, the other side of that is 15. You get off 15. If you go that way, if you keep north, you're in Sparta, you can get off this little thing. All of this elevation, it all feeds these tributaries. So we are very concerned about the risk of flooding Tuesday into Wednesday. And you've seen it on Tony's 7-day all morning long. It's a red alert just because of the next storm. Temperatures are going to be mild. Till then, though, please be careful. Steve's right. This stuff is heavy and hard to move, so pace yourself or let a pro do it, or a very healthy kid, but we want to make sure the kids don't get overly stressed shoveling this too. As I send it back to the TV kids in the studio, Mary, Tony, and Chris.
All right, Johnny, thank you very much. Hopefully he's able to go in there, get a cup of coffee. Cindy's been serving all morning since 7, so they deserve it. Yeah, everybody working out there. Tony, thank you, but everybody working out there to move that snow. Thank you all.
Not an easy morning.
Yeah, no kidding.
The award show season starts tonight right here on CBS with the Golden Globes.
Coming up, hear what comedian Joe Coy told us about getting ready to host the big event tonight. Welcome back to CBS 2 News Sunday morning. Snow falling in some areas. You got to go north and west to see it falling currently, but I'll tell you, it's a nice sight. We haven't seen it in quite some time around here, that's for sure. But no measurable snow in Central Park. Darn it. All right, tonight we kick off the award season with the 81st Golden Globe Awards right here on CBS 2. And there is a lot to be excited about this year. There is a new voting body, 2 new categories, and a new host. That's comedian Joe Coy. Recently, he joined Cindy Hsu on the CBS 2 News at 9 a.m. Talked about preparing for the big night.
It's something I haven't done, and I'm excited doing it, and I haven't stopped. This is the most writing I've done in a long, long time. I mean, it's every single night. I'm going to bed late. I'm constantly writing, and then going back and forth with my writers. So it's a challenge, but I love it, and it's gotten this new fire burnt up inside of me.
And don't miss the Golden Globes tonight, 8 o'clock right here on CBS 2, and of course streaming on Paramount Plus, the official kickoff of the award season.
Pretty exciting. Yeah. And thanks for spending part of your Sunday morning with us. I'm Mary Kelby.
And I'm Chris Raggi. We are back at 8 o'clock with more local headlines. Jets game day is coming up next, and you can see the latest on the storm streaming on CBS News New York.
Hello. Oh, hey, Kat. Good morning. Hope you had a good New Year. So we're in Middletown, driving around on the roads. Yeah, so we're driving around in Middletown. Okay, all right. I will. Yeah, we should. We're gonna stick to Middletown, but in case we do, I'll send an email. Is that best, or text you? Okay. All right. I'll text you. It's faster. All right. You're welcome. Bye bye. All right. She said to let us know if we leave from Middletown, just for the stream when they're taking our hit. I guess they were gonna take it in a few minutes again. Oh, a live head nod? sports or? Oh, that's what this is. Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Should have really thought wearing these boots.
Oh.
For like 50 pounds
Heavy.
away for you.
Heavy.
Live and streaming from CBS News, New York. This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
Right now on CBS 2 News this morning, we're on red alert as the year's first storm system makes its way through our area. Meteorologist Tony Sadiku is tracking its path as it impacts the East Coast.
We are covering every angle of this weekend storm, and we're not out of the woods just yet. Details on how long this wintry mess will last.
Good morning. It is 8 a.m. on this Sunday, January 7th. I'm Mary Calvi.
And I'm Chris Raggi, and we're tracking the first major snowfall of the year. We've got team coverage all morning long from different parts of the tri-state area, detailing conditions and what to expect if you plan to head out the door.
But first, meteorologist Tony Sadiku joins us with the first alert forecast. So what can we expect in the next few hours, Tony?
Merry Chris, improvements generally, especially as we get towards and kind of hand things over into the afternoon. But the way things have been, I mean, this is our first snow of the season. Something exciting about that, right? The look, the prettiness of it, but also the kids who actually can get to dust off the sleds and things like that. Of course, we got to shovel a lot of this too. The way it looks right now, radar satellite shows kind of a little lull in the activity where we did have some steadier snows. There's rain still falling across sections of Long Island and into sections of northeast New Jersey, but the storm is a big one. And it still's got a lot of juice for much of upstate, all the way up the northeast coast here and into New England. And if you look closely, you kind of see this back edge here. You see how it's getting closer to Jersey, get closer to Philly. That's why we're not completely done with the wintry weather until we think we get to about noon. That's why we're keeping that red alert, because between now and then, there's still going to be a round of rain, snow, and a little bit of slick travel. I know crews are treating the roads, but I still got to caution you to take it easy out there. It's not the morning to rely on cruise control. Once we get to midday, we lose the red alert. Things will start to improve with just a few final flakes and those temperatures pretty much hanging in the 30s. All right, so we've been doing our team coverage. So I want to check back in with John Elliott, where it looks like things are kind of quieting down where you are, and you found some, not just people to talk to you. Who's this?
I got to tell you, Tony, I love this part of the job because I just got to meet Stella. Stella is in great shape. Stella's 11 years old, but she acts like a puppy because of Paula. Paula, what kind of dog is Stella?
She's an Australian Labradoodle.
Ooh, so she's smart and she's got a great coat.
And she's a sweetie.
Now, let me ask you about this. You're great. You've got her covered up because she likes to be warm. What about the paws? How often are you washing the paws off?
Well, normally if I'm walking her on the road up in Lake Shawnee,
yeah,
I'll put her boots on and try to keep her off the salt because it will affect her.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wash them.
Yeah.
And then why did you come down here today?
I came down here to see you.
You're the sweetest.
And get a Taylor ham and egg sandwich. I've been chosen.
Oh, thank you so much. God bless you.
It's
Thank
a pleasure
you.
to meet you.
And then right as I was talking to Paula, these lovebirds showed up. Tracy and Rich, right?
Yeah.
So why'd you come down here?
John, really? Because of you.
Oh, stop.
I am your biggest fan. Ask anybody in my family. And then I dragged him along. And he's like, all
Camera
right.
shy Rich. So I got to ask you, coming in, you drove down from Sparta. How are the roads?
They're pretty. They're a little slick. Yeah, we were behind a sander for a while, but they're actually overall they're very good.
Yeah, the roads are great. It's the driveways and the sidewalks. Did you have to move any of this snow?
No, I just drove over it.
Yeah, because it's very, very heavy. And you guys are eating here, right?
We are.
How's the food?
Very good.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. This is how we do it. God bless you. God bless you. Everybody stay safe. So again, and you can see, this is what I worry about. I worry about the slush. You know, it is so slushy. If it gets, I mean, thankfully temperature profile should be pretty good as far as mitigating widespread icing tonight. And our precipitation rates, just like Tony was showing you, have slowed down. But check your paws if you have 4 legs. If you have 2, wear the most comfortable shoes you can find that keep your feet warm, and get ready. Coming up later in the show, we are going to talk about what the next storm could mean for other parts of our area. Right now, though, we'll send it back to, I believe, 3 dog lovers in the studio.
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt. Mary Wolf. Yeah, it's good.
And you know, John, some dogs love this stuff. Some dogs don't like it so much. My dog was really excited about it last night.
And for the record, John, while we have you there, if any of the 3 of us were talking during that live shot, and if the 3 of us decided if we lived in that Lake Hopatcong, Sparta area, and we saw you were at the Jefferson Diner, we'd hop in our cars and come see you as well.
Yes.
Always
yes. And Vince would buy breakfast.
I love it. Taylor ham. You got me a little hungry hearing her say she wanted to go in for a Taylor ham and egg sandwich. All right, John, thanks so much. We'll get back to you in a bit. But Tony, he's got a lot going on up there because, I mean, obviously further north and west you go, there is some significant snowfall out there.
And that's where this is going to continue to be an issue. I mean, in the city, it's just wet roads. I mean, totally different picture. But between now through about noon and really through tonight, as things still will be slick, want to exercise caution on the roads for sure.
Got it. All right, well, let's get back to those roads, because if you go upstate, further north, and like I said, further west you go, you're going to see some conditions out there. Zennia Maldonado is live in our mobile 2-unit. She's in Orange County this morning. Hi, Zennia.
Well, Chris and Mary, good morning. We are in Middletown right now, which kind of hit the jackpot in the sense of a winter wonderland out here this morning. We've already seen some folks, clearing out their driveway, which you're definitely going to have to do because, as you can see, there are a couple of inches on the ground. The snow did stick up here in Orange County. We've been driving around, though, for a couple of hours, and I can say that the main roads, they did a pretty good job of keeping them clear. Yesterday we were out here in Orange County. I want to show you just some video of how people were prepping last night when the snow first started to make its way up here. This is video of that. You saw everything from, slipping and sliding on the sidewalks to spinouts on the roads. Now, Orange County DPW crews were working around the clock prepping for this storm, gassing up trucks, loading up salt, and prepping the plows as they have more than 500 lane miles to handle. Now, county executives we spoke with emphasizing the good timing of this storm. Saturday night into Sunday morning, people aren't on the roadways as much. Not a heavy morning commute today, making it a lot easier for the crews to clean up roadways quickly and keep them clear. Although, as you saw, the streets are not super dry. They're messy. So if you do need to head out the door this morning, keep in mind some basic tips per AAA. Make sure to accelerate and decelerate slowly. Increase your following distance and don't stop if you can avoid it. Experts say it's better to slow down and keep rolling than to slam on the brakes. So definitely some good tips if you're in Orange County, if you're waking up in Orange County this morning, because I want to take you back out here live once again. We're driving around in Middletown, and as you can see, there's definitely a coating on the roadways that you're going to have to plan for and keep in mind. Now, let's head to New Jersey, where they got plenty of snow as well. That is where we find CBS 2's Shosh Bedrosian, who joins us live. Shosh, what are you seeing over there?
Hey, Zinnia, so the sun is coming out here. We're starting to see this winter wonderland that you described over in Orange County in New York, right here in New Jersey. We are right now in Passaic County in the town of Newfoundland, where some people are seeing about 11.5 inches of snow. Right now, I'm going to take out this measuring stick just so you can see where we're at. And we were measuring about 7 inches before. It's still roughly around that. Not much accumulation since we've been out here, just probably a few more little dusting that we have seen. And take a look at this video. We've seen some people who have been stuck in their cars today, plows that have been coming out, people taking the shovels out bright and early trying to get themselves out of the snowfall that happened overnight here. We did manage to help somebody who was stuck in the snow before get himself out. So that was pretty exciting for us early this morning. And as we continue to mention all morning long, the snow is not light, it is not fluffy, it is hard. It's stuff that when you throw a snowball at someone, it's probably gonna hurt. So when you are driving through this, it might be difficult to get out. And we do know that Doug Williams is covering a part of this storm up in Connecticut now. He was over in Central Park. So Doug, tell us the difference between what you saw early this morning to now Connecticut.
Well, Shosh, yeah, now we're talking. Just about 30 miles from Central Park. We're in Greenwich, Connecticut. We're at the Jillian Curtis School. And we, just from a little bit of research, we're told that this is a popular sledding destination for kids. At this hill behind me, there will be sledders, at least we've been told, a little bit later on this morning. And, of course, I brought this because if you remember Central Park, there wasn't much to show you. Here in Greenwich, we are looking at just under 3 inches of snow. Now, it's pretty safe conditions here. It is, it's slippery, but it's wet. You can see there's just a little bit of a misting of rain coming down here in Greenwich. And I say safe, but I'm not completely safe because I have Dana and Walter here with me, and Yeah, this is what I'm dealing with. And if Dana, if you can pan over to Walter here. Now, there's a lot of work that goes into making television happen. Walter has he's made snowballs just getting ready for me to be on live television, just to pepper me with them. And he's packing new ones to throw at me, even though he's got some perfectly good ones over there. So that's the latest from Greenwich. Hopefully at some point soon. This is abuse. We'll send things back to you, and bringing in the sledders would help take the attention off of me, Chris and Mary.
That's for sure. Doug, just be careful. Walter does have a good arm. Just tell him no headshots. Protect the face. All right. As the storm continues, we invite you to share safely what's going on where you are. Let us know where you are and exactly what you're seeing and how you're spending this snowy Sunday. Scan the QR code on your screen to send us in some photos and videos. This, of course, being outside the New York City region. And stay with CBS 2 for the latest conditions and the forecast. Look for updates all weekend right here on the air and streaming on CBS News New York.
Coming up, we'll check in with Margaret Brennan to see what's ahead on Face the Nation.
And meteorologist Tony Sadiqa will be back with another check of your forecast as we have another storm that's moving into the area in the next couple of days. We'll preview that right here on CBS 2 News Sunday morning.
across the country are dealing with the crisis. We'll also go to Florida and we'll speak with Florida Governor, I should say, Ron DeSantis, who wants to be the Republican nominee for president and challenge Donald Trump. He is putting January 6th at the center of the Trump campaign. Joe Biden is putting January 6th at the center of his campaign as well. We'll speak to former Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney about what Americans need to know and remember about that very painful day in our recent history. And we'll also go to the Middle East and speak with Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen, who is making a push, Chris and Mary, for more aid to get into Gaza, where there are catastrophic levels of hunger right now, according to the UN.
Margaret, thank you. And you can catch Margaret and a full hour of Face the Nation later this morning. That's at 10:30 right here on CBS 2.
And New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez says officials need to take a hard look at what Mayor Adams is spending to care for the thousands of asylum seekers.
We need to really open the books on New York City's fiscal operation and what we're spending and how we're spending it in terms of not just migrant response, but in general. But, you know, so I think there are things we can do better as a city.
For more of what Representative Ocasio-Cortez has to say about the migrant crisis, watch The Point with Marsha Kramer on CBS 2 this morning, right after Face the Nation at 11:30.
And now let's get you a check on the weather. We had snow coming throughout the night.
And meteorologist Tony Sadico has your first alert forecast. Hi, Tony.
Hey, what a big contrast. I mean, you saw the images out with John out there, with Doug, and it's white, right? Then you get to the city, and this is your view. You got low clouds, some issues with travel, it's wet roads, but it's not white. You're not making snowballs and hitting them with your siblings or your kids this morning. It's just not that kind of event as our snow drought continues. 37, those temperatures have been above the freezing mark. Anything that has fallen, even wintry, has tended just not to stick to the ground. That northeast wind continues, but then you go north and west, and as expected, this is the memorable snowfall for you up at Ulster. More than a foot. You'll find that in parts of Orange County, Unionville, more than a foot of snow. I mean, even in parts of New Jersey, right in Ward and Sussex County, big time totals. And then you come close to town and that rain snow line, as expected, just to the north and west of the city. What it materialized to is not even a quarter of an inch in the Central Park area. So that 693-day at this point streak continues. We still have winter weather alerts, but this is well to the north at this point. The advisory continues as well, and this is for the chance for any additional precipitation that could, again, be on the wintry side. That coastal alerts are starting to dwindle down, especially the later we go away from high tide, but that's in effect until 10 a.m. along the coast there, too. Big picture pattern, you see the rain falling. Most are catching a little bit of a break. We'll zoom on into the city where it's just a couple of light showers at this point. It's not the impressive white stuff that you've seen to the north and west, but we're keeping a close eye. Watch, this is our last hurrah. This is our last band, and it's going to be pushing through in the hours ahead, so you'll see that kind of mapped out on Futurecast. That quick hitting snow, it's moving on out, so by this afternoon, things are looking improved if you're heading out to MetLife for the Giants game this afternoon. I want to show you the 7-day forecast. Red alert through about noon. What a day tomorrow. Then milder air pushes in here. Temps 40s, 50s, but we're back in a red alert Tuesday into Wednesday because we've got another significant storm. It's not a snowstorm, but this is going to bring us big time rain, big time wind. And I want to head back out to John Elliott because, I mean, this could mean some big time flooding concerns in parts of Jersey. We're back in that now moderate risk for kind of places like where you are. And this is something we've got to watch closely.
And Tony, it's the topography. It's just the lay of the land is going to work against us. But speaking of land, I just found a family that's got a lot of ground to cover. The Kircher family, right?
That's the first.
So this is Dad. Where are we going today, Dad?
We're going up to Vermont, Northfield, Vermont.
Because?
We're taking the kid back to college.
Hey-oh! So are you excited? You're a freshman, right?
Yes, sir.
So well, how long is the drive going to take you up to Vermont?
I'd say about 5.5 hours.
And then Mom and Dad are turning right around?
Yes, sir.
Are they the best?
Yes, sir.
And who's this cat there?
This is my roommate, Jaden.
Okay, there's Jaden, way back in there. I got to ask you, Dad, this guy's a cool cat. He sells boats for a living, but he makes up some extra money at doing plow work. So you were working in parts of Essex County. How was it to plow last night?
Sometimes it got the rates came down hard, and then it slowed down. It looked like it was turning to rain, and got down the pavement and got out of there around midnight.
Yeah, and that's what it's about. You had to stay. We had 1 inch per hour snowfall rates, and that was the problem. So I know we're really putting Vince through the ringer here. Show Mom here. So Mom's a teacher. Mom, do you think you're going to have school tomorrow in Jefferson Township?
I think we will. I think the road department will definitely take care of our roads, and I think we'll be fine in the morning.
So way to go. You just destroyed the dreams of all these kids. Thank you, guys. I know you're busy, so you guys take off. So as they take off, I want to just show you what we're up against here. Yeah, come on through. Oh, there's our friend. Bye. I just want to show you. Look at all this slush. See this slush? So what's going to happen is the liquid equivalent of all of this is going to result in some issues with that storm that Tony's talking about. Again, it really gets underway late Tuesday into Wednesday. You're going to see all of this water equivalent head down. It's gravity. It's got no place to go. So this is Western Morris, Lake Kapotcong, and our elevation here is 997 feet. So we're close to the Rockaway. The lake actually feeds more to the Delaware than the Passaic River, but the Ramapo, Pequannock, and Rockaway are all surrounded by areas that have had anywhere from 4 to a foot of snow. You're going to get melting, then you're going to add water on that. So that is the kind of calculus that's working against us when you factor in what we've seen, what we will see, and the lay of the land. So for everybody that's got chores that have to get done today, make sure you're taking your time and you're ready for it, because you never know who you're going to meet. And maybe you too will be on TV like Chris Raggy. Back to you in the studio.
But I was very impressed with that student you talked to in the back of the pickup. A lot of yes sirs. He was raised very well. It's a polite young man.
Yeah.
All right, John, thanks so much.
Yep.
We'll check back in with you in just a couple of moments. I guess with Mom being a teacher, that's going to happen. All right, it's our first snowfall of the season. And guess what? Many of you have been sharing in the excitement. You've been sending in some of your snow photos and videos. And it's not just the humans, the animals. They love this type of weather. Neil sent us this video of his dog enjoying watching the snowfall yesterday. This is in New Brunswick, New Jersey. And you can see it was really coming down at that point. The dog just transfixed on that window. Now to Orange County, New York. Justine Diaz shared this serene scene showing a nice quiet street. This is in Chester, looking good out there. Catherine Eatman took this photo last night. This is in Westchester County. You can see the lightly covered sidewalk in the village of Croton-on-Hudson. And then it looks like, yeah, you get that nice little coating of snow right there. Really nice setting right there. We'd love to see what your neighborhood looks like right now. So send us your sites. You can scan the QR code on your screen to submit, and we will, of course, share more of your photos and videos throughout the day. And please remember to stay safe as you do venture outdoors to explore. Things can be a little slick in some parts, and I'll send it right back over to you, Mary.
Yeah, but such pretty views from around the tri-state area. Thanks to everybody for sending them in. We love seeing them. Up next, respiratory viruses on the rise nationwide, and so are hospitalizations. What the CDC says you need to know to keep your family safe. And the FDA issuing a recall for one type of baby formula. Why officials are calling for it to be pulled off store shelves. New data shows that respiratory viruses didn't take a break for the holidays. The CDC says COVID-19 and flu activity are both increasing in most of the country. In fact, it says flu activity is high or very high in all but a dozen states. Hospitalizations for COVID-19 and the flu both surged last week compared to the week before. Meanwhile, the CDC says that RSV activity is showing signs of slowing down in parts of the country, especially in the South. The agency says the best way to protect yourself is by getting vaccinated.
Well, the FDA is reporting another baby formula recall. Batches of Enfamil Nutrimegin hypoallergenic baby formula powder are being recalled due to a risk of bacterial contamination. Owners of the specialty formula are advised to throw this away. Information on the recall and any refunds are available on the FDA's website.
Coming up, another check on the forecast as we continue to track the tail end of this storm.
We've got team coverage for you all morning long, detailing the conditions out there. You're watching CBS 2 News this morning.
CBS 2 News this morning.
And now on CBS 2 News this morning, we're tracking the first winter storm of the year. Meteorologist Tony Sadiku has the path it's taking and what you can expect as you head out the door this morning.
We're covering every angle of the weekend storm, and we're not out of the woods yet. Details on how long this wintry mess will last. Good morning. It is 8:30 on this Sunday, January 7th. I'm Mary Calvi.
And I'm Chris Raggi. We're still tracking this major system hitting the area. We've got team coverage for you from different parts of the tri-state area, detailing the snow totals and the rain conditions currently.
But first, meteorologist Tony Sadiku joins us with the first alert forecast and give us an idea of what we can expect the rest of the morning. Tony.
Hey guys, not as we know, not a big snowstorm for New York City, but you go out to the suburbs not that far away and you'll find some accumulating snows on the road. So caution there. Right now, it's still raining, though, like to moderate showers for the cities down to Staten Island, Queens, Brooklyn. You've got some rain. You'll find some flakes flying up northern Westchester, but really most of you are kind of sandwiched in between this piece of energy that's now scooting offshore and then this, which is still going to be enough for, you know, maybe another last round of a few flakes flying. Very little accumulations with this as the energy continues to pull off towards the north. So red alerts still in effect until about noon today for that final round. As I mentioned, there'll be a little bit of mix that changes over to, again, primarily light snow. Want to caution folks on the roads, right? It's a weekend. If you don't have to be out driving around, probably safest not to deal with that. And that minor coastal flooding threat continues, again, just through this morning. Temps today will be mainly in the 30s. Again, it's a mostly AM concern. By this afternoon, I don't anticipate much precipitation falling. Obviously, we'll still be dealing with some of those issues on the roads. It's drier. Winds are fairly light. It'll set up a really good day tomorrow, but of course, the eyes will be on Tuesday's system. Want to continue our team coverage. We've been talking to John Elliott all morning. This is where he is, right here in western Morris County. We're kind of catching a break. You found some flakes flying. You found some friends. I hear there's a whole caravan of everybody who wants to see you and talk to you this morning.
Yeah. Well, I got to tell you, Tony, and it's fascinating, the stories that we are finding. Now, this is Riley. How old is Riley?
Riley's 9.
And Riley, you got to be on Paw Patrol to clean these paws,
exactly.
Right?
We got a special wax for his paws.
What?
Yeah, there's a special wax you put on his paws. They use it with the sled dogs. So
look at that. I didn't even talk. We didn't even rehearse any of that.
There you go.
So yeah, but and then a jacket too, because it is cold.
Yeah, this thing keeps them super warm.
I have to talk about Dave Neal's business. Dave Neal, what do you do in the summer?
So we started an electric boat rental business on Lake Apacong.
Wow.
And we'd love to invite you guys out. Come on out, and no license required. Just get on the boat, and I teach you for about 30 minutes, and you're off. And it's got tables on it. You can bring food from the Jefferson Diner, whatever you like, you know.
I got to tell you, just the thought of being on a boat right now is warm. Real quickly, I got to give you a homework assignment. How were the roads, and how was the driveway?
Driveway I haven't done yet, but the roads are clear. I heard them all night coming through here, so they really take care of the town.
Because your snowfall rates were pretty significant, so they had to just go over and over and over again.
Yep, exactly.
Well, Dave, we did it. We got you on TV.
I love it. I love it. This is great.
Great hat,
so much.
too, by the way. And real quickly, before I let you go, we're going to go in the diner to thank our friends in a bit. But if you see the word diner, and then you look below that word, obviously you've got that tapered roof. Well, that snow is starting to slide off. The gravity of the snow is going to slide off the roof. And that's why they've got the walkway in. I just tell you that because so many of the Jersey houses, like we used to have, there was one roof that was right over the driveway. You got to watch that, because in the middle of the day, that's going to come down and you're going to get a big clump of snow that has to be moved again. So like Dave was talking, like the crews were doing multiple sweeps, you're going to have to do that again. Thankfully, Tony's been showing you this. This thing is wrapping up, but you can see it's still snowing here. And then we're going to talk about the next chapter of what's going to be a challenging week coming up in a bit. But right now, I would love to be on an electric boat with Mary, Chris, and Tony. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
And we don't need a license, so I'm all in.
That sounds amazing.
Thank you, Jen. Yeah, we hope. But I love those diners though that have that kind of that Airstream look. You know that's a good diner.
When I see the word diner, I know that there's a delicious breakfast being cooked underneath that. So I know there's lots of folks working hard there. So thank you to everybody out there this morning.
Without a doubt.
It's been really great to meet everybody.
Thank you, Tony. All right, let's check on the roads right now. Let's go to upstate New York.
CBS News' Zania Maldonado joining us live from Mobile 2. She is in Orange County this morning. Zania, how's it looking?
Mary and Chris, good morning. Yeah, we are out here in Orange County. You've been checking in with us throughout the morning, and it looks like a winter wonderland up here. Very different from what the city is looking like. Now, we're driving. This is just a small residential street, Beatty Avenue here in Middletown. And as you can see, there is a coating on the roadways this morning. We've been driving around, seeing folks already getting an early start to cleaning out their driveways. They also have the snow blowers out. I don't know if you can see this guy up ahead. He's snow blowing his sidewalk. wasting no time this morning. Now, this has been a similar scenario throughout this area that we've been driving through, but I can say that the main roads here in Middletown, they're pretty clear, and the sidewalks, they're pretty clear as well, so definitely doing a good job. And as we know, we were out here up in Orange County last night. I want to show you some video of what it was looking like, the prep work, video of folks navigating last night's snowfall, where you saw everything from slipping and sliding on sidewalks to spinouts on the roads. Now, Orange County DPW crews were working around the clock prepping for this storm, gassing up those trucks, loading up the salt, as they have more than 500 lane miles to handle. Now, county executives we spoke with emphasizing the good timing of this storm. You know, Saturday night into Sunday morning, people aren't on the roadways as much, not a heavy morning commute this morning, making it a lot easier for crews to clean up the roadways quickly and, of course, keep them clear. I want to bring you back out here live once again here in Middletown. You're taking a live look. And as you can see, or it might be hard to make out, there's still a little bit of snow coming down. It's very light, but it's definitely still a little bit of snowfall at this hour. So, of course, you know, cleaning up is definitely going to be on the to-do list this morning. If you do have to hit the roads, you're going to have to give yourself that extra time to clean off the car. Now we want to send it over to Shosh Bedroshi, and she is over there in Jersey, where they also got a lot of snow. Shosh, what are you seeing over there this morning?
Hey, so in some places in the region, this snowstorm is wrapping up. Here, not so much. We are lucky. We still have some snow coming down. This is a morning you're going to wake up, you're going to look outside, and you're going to see the trees covered in a fresh blanket of snow. It's one of those mornings you just want to kind of cuddle up, have a nice cup of coffee, and just watch some TV or just watch CBS-2 News and see what the conditions are like out here. We are in Newfoundland, New Jersey, up in Passaic County, right off of Route 23. As you can see, some people are on the road, specifically a lot of plow trucks here salting the roads, trying to get off the slush. That seems to be the main thing that we are seeing at this time. Some fresh snow blankets when there are no cars on the road, but the majority of the time it is slush. We actually spoke with someone who has been driving a tow truck who tells us there are extremely slushy conditions. And as you can see on your screen, take a look at some of the video we took this morning of some people having a difficult time getting through the snow, trying to break that initial barrier where those snow plows piled up some of that snow onto the roads. It's hard snow. It's snow that you can't just drive through if you have a lower vehicle. Usually you need an SUV to get through weather like this. We actually had to help shovel somebody out, but these are the conditions you're going to be facing when you do decide to hit the roads. Take a listen to what one of the plow trucks told us this morning.
Slushy, wet, possible, restricted speed limit, and that's all he said.
When was the last time you guys had conditions like this up here?
I couldn't tell you. Last 2 years, there hasn't been a lot of accumulating snow. Wet, slushy snow like this, but it wasn't deep like this.
So we are seeing about 8 inches of snow accumulate in this part of Newfoundland. Some other parts of this town have seen about 11.5 inches of snow. And I just want to give a shout out to that tow truck, that plow driver that you just heard. He is amazing. He actually saw us, wanted to bring us coffee because he knows we've been out here reporting all morning long. It was so kind. I know they're working very hard as well. And as we mentioned before, this is snow that's tough to get through, but perfect snowball weather. I'm going to take a... Let's see if I can catch. I got one. All right, we got one down. We got two. This is from our photographer, Kevin. 3. And, oh, this is 3. There we go. So thank you, guys. We're going to send it back to you in the studio.
Shosh, can you juggle? That was our question.
I cannot juggle with one hand. I can't even juggle with 2, but Kevin, our photographer, can. I don't want to put him on the spot. He did practice before, but maybe we can show you later in the morning.
I'm going to give you big props, though, for making 3 catches there with one hand.
That was amazing.
That was actually very impressive. Thank you, Shosh. All right, this storm system also dumping snow in the Boston area.
The CBS Boston part of our First Alert Network meteorologist Jacob Wyckoff joins us live from Gillette Stadium, just south of Boston. That's where the Jets are playing today. And so what are the conditions like where you are?
Chris and Mary, good morning to you. From here at Gillette Stadium, we've got the full snow globe effect. Someone took Gillette Stadium, shook us up, and that's what we're seeing falling. We've got these big snowflakes that really aren't accumulating on the field. We've got a heated surface. Road crews and field crews did a good job of getting down to the field surface, and then they're just going to let the coils under the field do the rest of the melting. Just in the last couple of minutes, they wheeled out those big sort of jet engine heaters that you always see the players standing next to during the game. They just wheeled those out. I asked them if I could borrow one, but unfortunately it's restricted for the players. Now, if you are heading from the tri-state area up towards Gillette Stadium, do want to caution you on a couple things. The roads should be in okay shape on your drive here. As you're driving home, we are expecting a flash freeze. So 4, 5, 6 o'clock, as you're heading home from the game, watch out for those icy conditions. Roads will go downhill really, really quickly. We're having fun, though, here at Gillette Stadium. It is a beautiful day for a football game, the final regular season game here at Gillette Stadium. For now, I'm CBS First Alert Meteorologist Jacob Wyckoff. Chris and Mary, back to you in New York.
Jacob, thank you. So this will not be a repeat of the snowplow game from back in the early 80s, that's for sure.
I'm happy that you remembered that. Yes, I do not think that we're going to have a repeat. That was 40 years ago, by the way, Chris.
Can you
40
believe
years
that?
ago.
All right, Jacob, thanks so much. Enjoy that weather up there. It's always nice to get snow in Boston. Somebody went to school up in the New England area. It's really great up there. All right, on Long Island, they're dealing with coastal flood advisories there.
CBS News' Jennifer McLogan is in Northport with the very latest. Jennifer, looking pretty behind you.
Mary and Chris, good morning. It is, and we're getting bouts of rain coming back, bands of it coming through, as Tony suggested that we would. We are in Suffolk County, just east of Huntington in the maritime village of Northport. We did have high tide come through at 7:22 a.m. The parking lot behind me is beginning to flood. It did come up about a foot and a half, but police and fire in the area say they do not expect it to get much worse. We are in a sheltered harbor right here, which flows right into Long Island Sound, and due north of us is Connecticut, where they got a whole bunch of snow. As I mentioned, we had the gusts of wind. Fortunately, the beautiful Christmas tree that's so nicely lighted did not suffer any damage. The community is beginning to wake up. We have the bakery in this direction, the church, and we walk down Main Street finding people, talking to them, some people out walking their dogs and whatnot, but the Shipwreck Diner is right down the street. People were sleeping in, but they went in for breakfast and they shared some thoughts about the lack of snow.
We haven't gotten snow in more than 6 inches in 2 years. I miss it a little. I'll be honest, I wouldn't have minded a little bit of snow.
In this kind of cold rain, I'd rather it snow. At least it looks nice.
We gassed up the blower and everything like that. We're ready. Yeah.
Fingers crossed for snow the next time. My colleague Doug Williams is in Connecticut, where I think he found that snow. Doug?
Finally, Jennifer, we did here in Greenwich, Connecticut, just about 3 inches of snow here. Basically the roads needed to be plowed, as we've seen just in this school parking lot. When we first arrived, they were plowing the parking lots just to make sure that anybody who comes here potentially for sledding, there is a sledding hill over my left shoulder, is able to park safely. We will, in the coming hours on our streaming channel, CBS News New York, go into town where we've been told there's another sledding hill that might be more out here just yet this morning. But it was interesting. I mean, it's a perfect sort of encapsulation of this storm and what we've been talking about all morning, the difference in the levels of snow from New York City, where we started our morning, Central Park, which has no sign of snow whatsoever. And then you drive up 95, just about 30 minutes and 30 miles, and you get snow. It's not at the level of what Shosh is seeing, around 8 inches, 3 inches here, but it's still a significant amount of snow. And the roads on 95, and once you get into Greenwich, felt very safe, mostly fully cleared. And we're not really seeing much precipitation at this hour in Greenwich. We've seen just a little bit of rain. It would appear that the snow is done for the day, but again, it's fascinating just how close you are when you're in New York City right now. If you're watching in the city thinking this storm was nothing, this was a lot of hype and nothing really ended up coming down, well, all you have to do is get in the car or get on the train and you will see snow within a half hour. So it's just really interesting, and we'll see if we can see any kids having fun in the snow sledding in town here in Greenwich. For now, Chris and Mary will send things back to you.
Okay, Doug, thank you. And as the storm continues, we invite you to share safely what's going on where you are right now. Let us know what you're seeing and how you're spending this snowy Sunday in whatever part of the tri-state area you're in. Scan the QR code on your screen and send in your videos and photos.
And stay with CBS 2 for the latest conditions and the forecast. Look for updates all weekend here on the air and streaming on CBS News New York.
It is 8:46 for you right now. Coming up, meteorologist Tony Sadico will be back with another check of the forecast.
You're watching CBS 2 News Sunday morning. We're at the tail end of the first snowfall of the season.
Meteorologist Tony Sadico has your first alert forecast. Hi, Tony.
Hey, guys. And I just got to emphasize for folks who are dealing with big snows today, I mean, this is going to be a team effort to shovel it, right? It's that heavy, it's that wet snow that it's really good for making snowballs and snowmen or snowwomen, but it's just tough to shovel, right? So something to keep in mind. Maybe not a bad idea to skip the gym if you're going to be working the yard today. By the way, you know what we're seeing out there and having to shovel outside the broadcast center? Absolutely nothing. It's just wet roads. No real accumulations in the city. Here's a big reason why. 37. In fact, we're registering just light rain. And I think that's going to be the case pretty much all day long. Those temperatures right now still hovering above the freezing mark. The further north and west you go, yeah, you'll find numbers in and around the freezing mark, and that's where it's going to be extra cautious. You got to be extra cautious if you're going to be driving bridges, overpasses, all those types of things which can freeze over, especially as those temperatures will stay near or below freezing. Lingering rain, snow through noon. That's why we're still under that red alert, primarily for a coating or up to 2 inches in some spots. Then we take a break Monday, only to pick up more active weather heading into Tuesday. Still got some light showers across the city, sections of Long Island. Not too much going on in North Jersey, but wait. You got this to deal with that's going to be pushing through in the next few hours. Futurecast paints it nicely, 9, 10, 11 o'clock. You got anywhere to be the first half of the day, you're going to have to contend with this. It's going to be light accumulations. It's not going to be the super heavy snow that we dealt with overnight, but it'll add to kind of the job, right? The chore of kind of clearing it all out here through this morning. And then it's all gone. By 1, 2 o'clock, that low pulls away. And then we're left with improving conditions. Skies clearing overnight. It's a beautiful day. But wait, we've got another system to track. We've got a storm loading to our west. Now we're on the east side of it, so we get all of the tropical moisture, and we're talking about significant rainfall totals heading through the day Tuesday night and Wednesday that could amount to anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rain. The issue there is we've got all this snow that has to melt. You tack on more rainfall, all that runoff has to go somewhere, and there's a big concern for flooding, unfortunately, for areas that have been really impacted. This storm has a wind component. We're talking about a strong low pressure system, so those winds will be gusty. I mean, we're talking numbers 40, 50 in spots miles per hour. So a challenging day Tuesday into Wednesday with that system, but we've got a bright spot 40s. You want it warmer, we got that, but of course there's that price to pay with big time rainfall. But before we get to that, we've got to clear up the snow that we've got now. I want to send it back over to John Elliott. You've seen some big snow. Oh, and now you're in the diner. I was wondering if you'd ever get breakfast.
And guess what? Tony, you're on TV in the diner. They love Tony. Look at there. It's Tony and Johnny on the TV.
And there you are.
This is great. So yes, just wanted to show you. This is a beautiful diner. I mean, it's a gorgeous diner. John and Joyce come every weekend. So obviously, how's the food?
Very good, or we wouldn't be here.
How does Cindy do when she has this place hopping?
She's very good. She's very efficient.
I got to real quickly. You own Progressive Gardens, right? As a professional gardener, what do people need to do with this kind of heavy snow?
Well, if the plants are not frozen, you can brush it off. If it's frozen, you can't touch it. You have to wait till it melts. Otherwise, you'll break the branches. Right.
Well, thanks, you guys. They come they're so sweet. And Erica is somewhere. Here's Erica. Erica, right here. You got to remember all of these businesses that are open, it's hard for some crews to show up. I mean, this is cozy and warm inside. Outside, there's a lot of snow. We had about 6 inches, and it's a very wet, heavy snow. Look at that. That's the beautiful outside right there. Salting is going to be important. You got to make sure you're ready for that, and you've got to be mindful of the crews that are out there. I mean, no fooling. That's what John's talking about. If that were, you can brush that off a plant. The crews, you need pros to get. There's so much water in this snow. Hey, speaking of crews, before I let you go, big shout out to these guys. We've got Vince and Alex working the truck here, and they are. Let's go ahead and take WeatherMax. I want to show our buddies here, Vince and Alex. They're helping out. Make sure that you're ready with doing what you need to do. Look at there, you guys. I promise you. Look at there. Vince has the longest arm, so he's the best for selfies. We're going to stay on the streaming side. We're going to go back outside. I just wanted to make sure that one last hit on the broadcast side to thank our friends at the Jefferson Diner. Thanks to all the folks that have to get out there and head to work, because I know it's going to be a challenge for you. And to all of the crews from CBS 2, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, John, thank you. Yeah, for all those workers that were able to come in and help Cindy out opening the diner and get all those customers food. Well done, well done. Thank you to the Jefferson Diner.
A little hot sauce on the end.
Yeah, a lot of hot sauce, to be honest. Thank you, Tony. And stay with us. We'll be right back.
Pennsylvania, the city of Harrisburg got as much as 8 inches of snow in some areas. That made for some good sledding conditions. As you can see here, these kids were clearly loving all that snow.
And hopefully in some of the surrounding suburbs where there was snow, it sticks around long enough so the kids can get out and sled at least for a couple hours this morning. Thanks so much for spending part of your Sunday morning with us. I'm Chris Ragg.
I'm Mary Kelly. Stay with CBS 2 for continuing coverage of all of our top stories.
Hey, good morning. A live look right now in Stockholm, New Jersey, as we end the weekend with a little light snow and rain out there. Good morning. I'm Chris Raggi.
I'm Mary Calvi. We continue to track the first snowfall of the year. Still some activity, but things are expected to improve throughout the day. Governor Kathy Hochul expected to update New Yorkers in just a few minutes on the storm. And a live look at the roads as officials warn drivers to be careful as crews are still treating the roads.
As for the storm's progress, we have John Elliott out at the Jefferson Diner. That's in Morris County, New Jersey. And leading the team coverage from the Weather Center is meteorologist Tony Sadiqa. Tony?
It's like John's getting ready to maybe clean off some cars. Big totals out where he is, and really anywhere north and west of the city. In the city, it's been pretty disappointing if you're a snow lover. Big picture, you see all that snow falling, and there's this band that we're watching now approaching North Jersey, and that's eventually going to try to fill in here over the next few hours. There's the rain we're watching over the city. Now it's beginning to push into Nassau, eventually into Suffolk, and we'll begin to see that kind of maybe get overtaken by this. You're seeing some snowfall right now everywhere from, say, Sussex to Warren, and eventually places that kind of got a break from the snow now starting to see some additional snow. And what's interesting and going to be interesting to watch for here is now that the snow is beginning to lift to the north. Remember, we've had all of this milder air on the east wind. That's why those temperatures have been above freezing. But now those winds are starting to turn out of the north, and these numbers are starting to drop too. So any bit of that snow that you see out west may actually have a chance as it pushes on towards the coast to potentially reach the city. The problem is it's brief and then it's gone, and we're starting to dry things out here heading into this afternoon. You wake up Monday, it's a clean slate, it's a brand new day. But wait, we got another system, and this one's a big one. Heading into Tuesday, in fact, we posted a red alert for this because of the significant impact it's going to have on our weather. It's not going to do this. We're not talking about a repeat snow event. It's going to be primarily rain. But look at the big snows that they saw out there, areas north and west of the city. In the city, that snowless drought continues with us not really able to pick up much. And really, it's been this record streak of very little snowfall. But I'll show you where we do have some snow. where John Elliott is, out there right now in western Morris County. And you found some folks. You're going to wash someone else's car?
That's right. Well, you know, Tony, it's great when you're out here. You meet friends and then old friends. I saw this young lady come up and said, well, I know that face. That's Karen from Linda Blatt Piano, right?
Yes.
You've been so nice to us. We've done so many piano stories there. But what showed up on your dash? What was your car telling you was going on as you were heading out and driving around today?
That the mirrors are not working, they're not focusing, and that
the front sensor.
All the sensors were off, and that happens a lot when it's cold.
I just want to I want to remind everybody, she has a Mazda just like the other one. Mine is in my emblem here. And what happens is, if there's anything on it, or if it does get, you know, there's a big temperature drop, you have to wipe this off. Some of them have cameras lower, and then you have to check your cameras constantly. And then what were you trying to use to clean the top of the car off?
Oh, a broom, and it wasn't working.
Because how heavy is this snow?
It's really heavy. Yeah. I was shocked how heavy it was.
Well, you're very sweet.
You had said that when I turned you on this morning, but I wasn't. I was really surprised when I came out and started to clear the snow.
That's the great thing about this is it's foam, so it won't scratch the top of it. So she came out. She wanted to say hi to Vince too. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're
Thank you.
It's
so
always good
sweet.
to see you guys. My favorite weatherman and my
Yay!
favorite cameraman as well.
And then real quickly before I let you go, here's your to-do list. Obviously, you've got to make sure everything's clean off the car because some of and Karen did a great job up here, because this stuff will fly off and hit the guy behind you, and after you check those sensors, that just helps the safety features of the car. Her wheel wells don't look bad. You'll get big clumps there, so you want to make sure you're checking that off. And then we've had all these dogs stop by today, so take care of the dog paws as well. Uh-oh, Vince, turn around, the police are here. I don't know what that means, Tony. Maybe we're in trouble. So you can see it's still snowing out here, and it's a slushy mess. Make sure you're ready for it. It's heavy to move and manage, but you can do it as we get ready to be booked. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
I was going to say, I know what it means. They found you. Finally.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. And make a run for it. Our team coverage continues across the area. Doug Williams is live in Greenwich, Connecticut. Shoshbet Rojan, she is live in New Jersey.
But first, let's begin on the roads upstate. Zinnia Maldonado joining us from Mobile 2 in Middletown right now. Zinnia.
Well, Mary and Chris, we've been driving around all morning, giving you a look at the roadways here in Orange County. Now, we're driving through basically just a residential neighborhood here in Middletown. Taking a look, we can say that a lot of the main roads is what you're looking at right now. They're pretty clear. They've done a good job of keeping them clear, salting them down. So the main roads are pretty good, and the sidewalks as well. We were driving through some of the residential neighborhoods this morning, and a lot of people, you know, waking up this Sunday morning having to clean their driveways, clean off their cars, just the usual after a couple of inches fell here in Orange County. And we want to show you even some video we got last night also up here in Orange County. Folks navigating first began falling. We saw everything pretty much from slipping and sliding on sidewalks to even some spinouts on the roads. We will say this morning didn't see any of that, which is a good thing. Now, Orange County DPW crews were working around the clock to prep for this storm, as they have more than 500 lane miles to handle all throughout the county. And county executives we spoke with emphasizing the good timing of this storm. You know, Saturday night into Sunday morning, people aren't on the roadways as much, not a heavy morning commute, making it a lot easier for these crews to clean up roadways quickly and keep them clear. I want to bring you back out here live once again. We are driving around in Middletown. You're taking a look at the roadways out here. Not too bad, but you definitely want to keep it slow. And if you have to be out here this morning, give yourself the extra time, because you're definitely going to have to clean up your car, clean off your car if you are waking up here in Orange County. But for now, that is the latest. Continue to keep you guys updated. But Chris and Mary, let's send things back to you guys.
Zinnia, thank you. Our team coverage continues now with CBS News' Shoshbet Rojan.
She's outside of a ski shop in Stockholm and joins us all the way in Stockholm. Shosh, good to have you with us.
Yes, and we've actually made it to Sussex County. We've been trying to get here all morning. The roads are looking pretty good. We're outside a ski shop here called Razor Tune Ski and Snowboard Shop, and I am having a blast by this little fireplace they have out here. You can just feel the warmth. It's pretty cold out here, so we are enjoying what we can while reporting outside for all of you guys. So as we have told you all morning long about the conditions, you're going to see this winter wonderland when you step outside. Take a look at these trees, so beautiful. This is what we're talking about. This is why we love the snow. And Zania and Tony touched upon, of course, you will be greeted with a blanket of snow on top of your car when you do come outside today, so be prepared for that. We've continued to report that this is thick snow, it's heavy. It could take a lot of manpower to get it all off your vehicle. We're going to step all the way over here so we can continue to calculate just how much snow we are seeing. This is a perfect day for ski and snowboarders. So many people have come by here starting yesterday. The business owner here, who has been in business for 25 years, told us about 70 people came out just yesterday to prepare to head to Mountain Creek, which is just north from where we are. About 4 people have come in so far to pick up skis and snowboards. And we actually did manage to speak to a few guys heading in today. They drove up all the way from East Islip, Long Island, and they said the roads are fine, but take a listen to hear what they said about how excited they are for the first snowboard of the season.
Mountain Creek's like home. Like, we go to a bunch of other mountains, but it's literally like our home mountain. We're from Long Island though, so it's like the closest thing we got.
The excitement, we are all feeling it out here today, and we are going to tell you just how much snow we are seeing. Let's see. We've been tracking this all morning. About 7 inches here. We've seen about 7 to 8 inches throughout the area. We've been measuring this all morning long, so just stay tuned, and we're going to continue to follow all the updates here in Sussex County. Send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Shosh, thanks so much. We continue to monitor the snow now in Connecticut.
Doug Williams joining us live from Greenwich. Doug.
Hey guys, I'm finally on a sledding hill with sledders, and it is really fun. There's not much snow. I would say, you know, it's the same 2 or 3 inches as the other location we were at in Greenwich, but you guys seem to be having a great time. First of all, what's your name?
My name's Taeyang.
How old are you?
I'm 11 years old.
And tell me about today. Are you having a good time?
I mean, it's the first time snowing this year, so I'm really happy. And everybody
how's the snow for sledding?
I mean, I think it's perfect actually, because it's like smooth and it's not that thick and it's not too small. So I think it's like perfect for sledding.
Are you having a good time with them?
Yeah, a lot of fun. We came out last night at 10 o'clock, so it's been a marathon, but yeah, they're having great fun.
So how was it last night compared to now?
It was crisper and sort of drier, but it's still good this morning. You can see they're all having a great time, so it's nice on a Sunday to be able to come out and do this.
Absolutely. Okay. It's time. We want to watch you go for a run. So are you going to go up a little bit higher?
Yeah. No.
And do you get a running start, or?
Kind of. I place the thing down with one hand, and then I just jump on it and go.
All right, let's see it. Oh, it's all right. You made it. You did a good job. So again, there's not a ton of snow, and it's very wet, as you guys have been talking about all morning. But actually, the conditions for sledding, as you can see, these kids are having a blast, and they're going pretty fast down this hill. So again, it's a Sunday morning, and everyone's out here, lots of families, and it's a nice way to spend a Sunday. It just hasn't been like this in quite some time, so people are taking advantage. For now, we're live here in Greenwich, Connecticut. Doug Williams, CBS 2 News.
Okay, Doug, thanks. Don't you dare grab one of those sleds. And if you do, make sure you get it on video. We want to see it.
I'm being pressured. I'm being pressured to do so by our crew.
I know you're itching to do it. All right, Doug, be careful out there. Wear a helmet. We've asked you to send in your pictures, and you have delivered. This is a picture from Justine Diaz. This is what it looked like in Port Chester, New York.
And a really pretty view from Campbell Hall, New York in Orange County, the entrance of a home. Lovely.
Very nice. And this picture from Sullivan County. This is way upstate New York. Suzanne Kleiman sent us this beautiful shot of snowfall. This is in Rock Hill.
Trisha in Somerset County, New Jersey, sent in this video of her pup. This is experiencing the snow for the first time. Seems to be liking it. After checking it out for a bit, this pup got really excited.
Can't tell if the doggy likes the sweater or not.
Yeah, I know. Maybe that's it. Yeah, we want to see more of your pictures and your videos. Share them with us by going going to cbsnewyork.com/photos or just scan the QR code on your screen. Let us know where you are and what you're seeing. Your pictures might even be featured on our streaming network.
And stay with CBS 2 for the very latest conditions and the forecast. Look for updates all weekend here on the air, online, and streaming at CBS News New York.
In the city, it's been pretty disappointing if you're a snow lover. Big picture, you see all that snow falling, and there's this band that we're watching now approaching North Jersey, and that's eventually going to try to fill in here over the next few hours. There's the rain we're watching over the city. Now it's beginning to push into Nassau, eventually into Suffolk, and we'll begin to see that kind of maybe get overtaken by this. You're seeing some snowfall right now everywhere from, say, Sussex to Warren, and eventually places that kind of got a break from the snow now starting to see some additional snow. And what's interesting and going to be interesting to watch for here is now that the snow is beginning to lift to the north. Remember, we've had all of this milder air on the east wind. That's why those temperatures have been above freezing. But now those winds are starting to turn out of the north, and these numbers are starting to drop too. So any bit of that snow that you see out west may actually have a chance as it pushes on towards the coast to potentially reach the city. The problem is it's brief and then it's gone, and we're starting to dry things out here heading into this afternoon. You wake up Monday, it's a clean slate, it's a brand new day. But wait, we got another system, and this one's a big one. Heading into Tuesday, in fact, we've posted a red alert for this because of the significant impact it's going to have on our weather. It's not going to do this. We're not talking about a repeat snow event. It's going to be primarily rain. But look at the big snows that they saw out there, areas north and west of the city. In the city, that snowless drought continues with us not really able to pick up much. And really, it's been this record streak of very little snowfall.
This is breaking news.
Winter 2024 has arrived, this time with a classic nor'easter. We've seen this kind of storm many times before here in New York, but this is the first one of the season, so everyone's paying particular attention. And what I'm proud to say is that we have the best team in the country to prepare for storms like this and certainly manage them once they begin. And these are the kind of people who can make a foot of snow that would paralyze other parts of America, make it look like a piece of cake, right? All right, that's great. Well, I want to introduce Department of Transportation Commissioner Marie-Therese Dominguez, who's done an extraordinary job. Our Thruway Director, Frank Hoare, managing the thruways, keeping them open. That's great. Our DISH's Executive Deputy Director, Commissioner Terry O'Leary as well. And we have state personnel who've been planning for this since Wednesday, constant communication with locals, getting ready for all of our crews. Everybody's been ready and working around the clock. And I want to thank them. When you see them out on the roads, just please slow down, stay out of their way. They're doing their jobs, they're keeping us safe, and you have a role to play there as well. And I want to thank all the New Yorkers who heeded our warnings. We said, I spoke Friday, Saturday, please stay off the roads. And this is a time when you open those last presents that maybe you found behind the back of the trees, you're taking it down and eat the leftover cookies if they're still not too stale. But that allows our dream team to really get their jobs done, and I'm so grateful. So our forecast is simple. The winter storm warning is still in effect until 7 p.m. today. That's the Mid-Hudson, Southern Tier, Central New York, and the North Country as well, and in the capital region. Coastal flooding. This is an area where New York City was not hit with volumes of snow, as they could have had even the 1 or 2 inches they expected, but it's the coastal flooding along Long Island, southern Westchester, the Bronx, and northern Queens. And this is the first real test of our brand new state-of-the-art, first in the nation, Weather Risk Communications Center. And it's located at UAlbany. I was able to showcase this with Al Roker a couple of weeks ago. And knowing the exact snowfall amounts is absolutely critical, and it has really improved. This level of detail and accuracy has really improved our response time. We're seeing it already, so we're very, very excited about that. And we've been able to analyze forecasts, merge them with local data, and pinpoint how to direct our resources. So far, the highest snowfall amounts were in the Catskills and the eastern Hudson Valley, 14 inches in our winter today, Ulster County. And good news for our snow economy, the snowmobilers, the skiers, the people who just want to sled down a hill. So we're very excited about that for our people who've been waiting a long time for a good base of snow. Southern Tier and Central New York both had about 6 to 8 inches of snow. Capital Region, it's still coming down, but we've had about 4 to 5 inches so far already, but it'll continue through the day. I know our friends in New York City have been waiting 693 days to be able to build a snowman, and lucky for them, or unfortunately for them, depending on your perspective, they're going to have to wait a little bit longer. No real accumulation there, but again, we're grateful to Mother Nature for having this happen on a weekend. Having this volume of snow at any time during rush hour or early morning commutes is always dangerous, and so having the snowfall start on a Saturday night and go into Sunday allows us a chance with fewer people on the roads and fewer people who need to get somewhere. Makes it a lot easier for us. So we're expecting a few more inches of snow, places north of Westchester, and a little bit of rain, a lot of rain actually for New York City and Long Island. After 16 hours of snowfall, conditions are slushy and wet, and the roads are safe, and you'll get more details on that, but still be cautious. Again, you'll hear more from our commissioner about how important it is and who we have on the road and who's been deployed where. Our airports, no major cancellations, no major delays, minimal cancellations, which again is something other states are envious of. Subway, Amtrak, our trains are running safely, but there are some delays as well. Last night, as an aside, MTA was able to restore full service on the 1, 2, and 3 trains after this week's derailment. So we're really pleased that they could get those up and running, and they'll be in good shape for tomorrow's commute as well. Rest of the system running normally, no real delays. Amtrak did cancel a number of runs between Boston and New York last night, so if you plan to travel that route, make sure you check your information. Everyone's always worried about power outages. That's why I spoke for days about how we're deploying in different parts of the state our utility crews to make sure they can be responsive in real time, because as a mom who knows what it's like to be in the cold when the power's out with little kids, it can be dangerous. And so that's a high priority for us every time we get a forecast of snow coming down. We had about 1,035 power outages, but the good news is already 80% of that has already been restored, and most of them were in Broome County, some Schenectady. So that's why having 5,500 utility crew workers out there in advance can get that restored so quickly. So this storm may soon be done, but it's our cleanup phase. We want to make sure that we continue to do what we do and prepare for the next one. And that's what we're talking about, Tuesday storm. So it may just be rain, but very, very heavy rain. And if that's on top of snow or melting snow, there is a high risk of flooding in key parts of New York. And what we'll see is a wetter, windier conditions than we've seen in the last 24 hours. We could get 3 to 6 inches of rain on Tuesday. That is a lot of rain on top of the foot of snow from today. So it makes for dangerous road conditions. The heavy rain can also, on top of the snow, bring down power lines. So again, we're going to be monitoring this closely. We have a brief respite for cleanup tomorrow, and then we'll be heading into another storm on Tuesday. But again, when the ground's already saturated, a much higher chance of flooding. And so we'll be sharing some more details of what we know about Tuesday and Wednesday's storm. Tuesday is an important day here in the Capitol. It's my State of the State address, so to those of you traveling to hear that in person, take extra precautions and get on the roads a little bit earlier. But for now, stay safe, check your local forecasts, and you can, as I've said before, sign up for those alerts. Really, the first in the nation information coming right to you through high-tech operations. It's alert.ny.gov.
This has been breaking news.
Right now, a live look at Stockholm in New Jersey at the snow falls across the tri-state area. Good morning. I'm Mary Calvi.
And I'm Chris Raggi. We continue to track the first snowfall of the season, and there's still some activity out there. Things expected to improve, though, throughout the day. A live look at the roads right now as officials warn drivers to be careful as crews are still treating the roads out there.
As for the storm's progress, we have John Elliott out at Jefferson Diner in Morris County, New Jersey, and leading the team coverage from the Weather Center is meteorologist Tony Sadiku. Tony.
Hey guys, and everything's really going according to plan. You kind of saw out there in John's image, there's a little new impulse of snowfall, and you could see it really mapped out here on radar and satellite picture. Yeah, you still got rain. It's been all rain primarily. If you live across Long Island, the city, you got rain too, but you just go further to the west, and now you're kind of in the thick of the snow that's picking up in intensity, more moderate to heavy, and that extends up north into Hudson Valley and the Catskills as well. And that's really what we'll have to contend with for the next couple of hours. I think on the other side of noon, we're starting to see this really lift on out and push away. So improvement's getting there. But overnight, big totals. We were talking about this earlier. Many spots, upwards of a foot. There's your snow day. Over the weekend, I'm sure kids are loving it. A lot of sledding going on, ski resorts. This is what they've been waiting for, right? Close to town, it really hasn't been the same picture. That rain snow line sitting up just north of the area. So a lot of us do not have that inch that we've been hoping for, or at least to break that streak to show for it. Now, the chance is still there that we'll see some flakes flying in the city. Big reason for that is we're going to start to get rid of this east wind that's kept those temperatures fairly mild along the coast. You're starting to see some evidence of this in Jersey, where you're seeing those north winds keep those temperatures relatively low. I'm thinking we see that push get into the city as well. That's why you'll see on Futurecast all that snow I was showing you on radar satellite really getting closer as it pushes towards the east. The thing about this is it's just a brief impulse. So very minor accumulations. It just will mean bigger issues for travel, and for folks that have already done some shoveling or some plowing, they may need another round of that here heading into today, later this afternoon, before we start to see conditions improve. But let's get back out live to John Elliott, where it looks like things are picking on up for you, and you've got some more friends.
Is that something that's the most vicious?
I got to tell you, Tony, everywhere I go, I have this animal magnetism. This is a beautiful dog. This is Callie. All Callie wants to do is snuggle and snack. And she's just a great dog. Ivan, thanks for stopping by. How are the roads?
The roads are better now. They're a little bit better.
So we're out here. You live out here, right?
Yes, I do.
Been a long time since you've seen it snow this big, right?
This is the first one.
Yeah. And look at the snowfall rates. I don't know if you can pick up on Ivan's jacket. I mean, these are some big, heavy flakes. What does Callie want to do?
She wants to go out right now and play.
Yeah, but you got to watch the paws. Everybody's salting.
I know. I take her to a little park.
Yeah.
That's right here. It's called Saffin's Pond. I take her there.
Yeah, you're a good dad.
I am.
Because he was kissing his dog earlier. I'm just going to say, Callie, you are such a sweet, beautiful animal. Have anything you want to say? There you go. She doesn't speak much. Thanks, Ivan. Just want to show you. We've been here all morning. Crews got it down to black, but snowfall rates picking up a little bit. And obviously, this is a big, wet, heavy snow. So again, it's going to be very slick for you as you try to navigate it. And unfortunately, normally if it was colder, I would say get out a leaf blower, but it will not work on anything like this. You got to move it, you got to scrape it, and the concern, north and west is there could be some icing overnight. Next big storm is coming in on Tuesday. I have to remind you, and Tony's been talking about it, we're concerned about river flooding. Here's why. We're in western Morris County. Now, the Lake Kapotcong is closer to, it's actually a tributary more for the Delaware River, but of the rivers that meet and merge into the Passaic, the elevation drop, and with snow melt, and with additional rain, and I've been watching some of the computer models that Tony's been sharing. I mean, that is a lot of water in addition to snow melt. So that's why we're going to be watching that, I would say in earnest, Tuesday night, but that kind of stuff is insidious. You'll see some of the worst of it 2 days later, as all of this moisture has to go somewhere, and gravity wins. So just make sure that's on your calendar. Just make sure you're careful. Maybe find a dog you love and give him a treat. It'll make you feel a lot better. Right now, though, it's always a treat to send it back to my buds in the studio.
All right, Johnny, thank you. Nice job out there. Governor Kathy Hochul spoke to the media about the snow coming down across New York State.
She reminded drivers to take caution, but is grateful the storm came through during the overnight hours.
We're grateful to Mother Nature for having this happen on a weekend. Having this volume of snow at any time during rush hour or early morning commutes is always dangerous, and so having the snowfall start on a Saturday night and go into Sunday allows us a chance with fewer people on the roads and fewer people who need to get somewhere, makes it a lot easier for us.
And our team coverage continues across the tri-state area right now. Shush Bedrosian is live in New Jersey. Doug Williams is live in Greenwich, Connecticut.
Let's check out the roads in upstate New York. Zania Maldonado joining us live in Mobile 2 in Central Valley in Orange County. Zania.
Mary and Chris, you've been with us throughout the entire morning, and we've been showing you what the roadways have been looking like here in Orange County. Now, right now, we're just driving through a residential neighborhood here in Central Valley, right next to Woodbury Commons area. And as you can see, there is a light dusting still, very similar to what we've been seeing up in Middletown that we showed you when you last checked in with us. But as you can see, the car that just drove by us, everyone's just taking it slow this morning. People waking up, having to shovel themselves out of the driveway, clean off of their cars here throughout Orange County. And in fact, it really started last night. I want to show you some video that we have of folks navigating the first snowfall here in Orange County. We saw everything from slipping and sliding on sidewalks to even some spin outs on the roads. Now, I can't say this morning driving around, haven't come across any accidents, so that is good news. Orange County DPW crews were working around the clock, and they're still working this morning to salt and just keep up with cleaning these roads. They have more than 500 lane miles to handle. Now, if you do have to be out on the roads this morning, just some things to keep in mind. According to AAA, just some basic tips. Make sure to accelerate and decelerate slowly, increase that following distance, and don't stop if you can avoid it. Experts say it's better to slow down and keep rolling than to slam on these brakes. And sometimes, these seems like really basic tips, but you can forget. As you mentioned, we haven't had as much snow in quite some time. So these are just good things to keep in mind if you do have to be out and about this Sunday morning on the roadways. And we're going to continue to keep you guys updated. But for now, that is the latest live from Mobile 2. Chris and Mary sending things back to you guys.
Zania, thank you. Our team coverage continues now with CBS News' Shush Bedrosian.
She's outside of a ski shop in Stockholm and joins us live right now. Shush.
Hey guys, as you can see, the snow is still coming down here. We actually have a wind factor, and you can see the snow just kind of coming across my face here. It is a beautiful winter wonderland. As you can see behind me, you can see the trees. Beautiful, just filled with snow. This is the fresh blanket of snow everybody wants to be greeted with once they come outside on this Sunday morning here. And as you can see, we're going to continue to move along. As we mentioned, we are in Stockholm, right in Sussex County in New Jersey. We're very close to Mountain Creek, where so many people today are gearing up to hit the slopes for the first time all year long. Mountain Creek actually got 8 inches of snow. Great snowing, snowboarding and skiing weather. And they have about 12 trails open, 4 lifts. And this is the mom and pop ski shop called Razor Tune Ski Shop and Snowboards that is open. And yesterday they were very, very busy. Over 70 people came out just yesterday to prepare for the snow that was coming today. Many people are very excited about it today. They've had some early customers, as you can see, this family walking out now. And a lot of people are just enjoying this. So far here in Stockholm, we've seen about, I'd say about 7 to 8 inches. We've been measuring this all day long. And I think something that I love so much about this ski shop is they have their very own little fireplace out here. I was like before, are we in Vermont or are we in New Jersey? I couldn't tell. Looks like the fire has gone out a little bit, but we've been trying to enjoy the heat as we've been reporting out here all day long. But the snow is still coming down, you guys. We're going to continue to follow this for the rest of the afternoon here.
Shosh, thank you very much. That live report from Stockholm in Sussex County. We continue to monitor the snow now. Let's head to Connecticut.
Looks like everybody's having a good time in Greenwich. Hi, Doug Williams.
Hi, Mary. Hi, Chris. Yeah, everyone's having a great time. It's actually just now starting to snow a little bit. We haven't seen much of that since we've been here, so it's good to add to the snow because we're using the snow for everything here. And this is Phoebe. She is building a snow chair. What's your name?
Ellie.
Ellie and Phoebe. And yours?
Will.
Okay, Ellie, Phoebe, and Will. This is so you're going to sit on this, Phoebe?
Hello.
Phoebe, are you getting shy now? You don't want to be on TV?
No, I do.
Are you guys having fun?
Yes. Yeah. I don't think that's suitable, no, okay. Ow.
How long have you guys been here?
Since I don't know, 9-10ish, I don't know. Yeah. What time?
Are you you're having a really good time? Are you excited to have snow?
Yeah.
Finally?
Definitely. Yeah.
Do you guys even remember the last time it was snowy?
No. No. 2 years ago.
2 years ago, that's right.
I saw snow at school.
You did?
Yeah. Last year it didn't even snow. Yeah.
I know. Well, now you can build snow chairs. And you can build, there's a couple snowmen back there, and I'm turning my back to the sledders. What could go wrong? That's always a good idea. But again, it's 2 or 3 inches of snow in Greenwich, but the kids are taking full advantage. And that's what's fascinating about this snow specifically. It packs so well because it's got so much moisture in it from the rain that they are building these snowmen and snow chairs very quickly. It does, you could see the grass that it reveals as soon as they pick up the snow. But everybody here is having a blast. And Chris, I just want to let you know I am still under a lot of pressure to sled myself. We're negotiating, going back and forth. Walter has agreed to hold on to me and share a sled together. So we'll see if that happens. And for now, guys, I'll send it back to New York City from the happiest place in Connecticut, at least as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Doug, you guys should try like a tandem luge type thing. That would probably be good, right?
That's what we're thinking. Yeah, those are the ideas we're workshopping.
Looking forward to seeing that, all right? And we have asked you to send in your pictures, and you have delivered. Here is some video taken last night by Neil. This is in New Brunswick of a dog, Neil's dog, watching the snow outside. Look at that.
Plenty to see there. And here's a shot from Jean in New Windsor, New York, showing one of her 2 huskies loving life. That does look like a happy pup.
These shots were sent in by Evelyn, showing the undisturbed winter wonderland. This is in Wallkill, New York. Just look at that snow piled high up in the suburbs there.
That snow is not going to shovel itself. Rebecca sent us this shot showing Tony clearing all the snow they got up in Ulster County. Sorry about that, Tony.
Good job.
And we want to see more of your pictures and your videos. Share them with us by going to cbsnewyork.com/photos, or just scan the QR code on your screen. Let us know where you are and what you're seeing. Your pictures might even be featured on air and on our website.
And stay with us at CBS 2 for the very latest conditions and the forecast. Look for updates all weekend here on the air, online, and streaming on CBS News New York.
This is CBS News, New York.
In the city, it's been pretty disappointing if you're a snow lover. Big picture, you see all that snow falling, and there's this band that we're watching now approaching North Jersey, and that's eventually going to try to fill in here over the next few hours. There's the rain we're watching over the city. Now it's beginning to push into Nassau, eventually into Suffolk, and we'll begin to see that kind of maybe get overtaken by this. You're seeing some snowfall right now everywhere from, say, Sussex to Warren, and eventually places that kind of got a break from the snow now starting to see some additional snow. And what's interesting and going to be interesting to watch for here is now that the snow is beginning to lift to the north. Remember, we've had all of this milder air on the east wind. That's why those temperatures have been above freezing. But now those winds are starting to turn out of the north, and these numbers are starting to drop too. So any bit of that snow that you see out west may actually have a chance as it pushes on towards the coast to potentially reach the city. The problem is it's brief and then it's gone, and we're starting to dry things out here heading into this afternoon. You wake up Monday, it's a clean slate, it's a brand new day. But wait, we got another system, and this one's a big one. Heading into Tuesday, in fact, we posted a red alert for this because of the significant impact it's going to have on our weather. It's not going to do this. We're not talking about a repeat snow event. It's going to be primarily rain. But look at the big snows that they saw out there, areas north and west of the city. In the city, that snowless drought continues with us not really able to pick up much. And really, it's been this record streak of very little snowfall.
This is breaking news.
Winter 2024 has arrived, this time with a classic nor'easter. We've seen this kind of storm many times before here in New York, but this is the first one of the season, so everyone's paying particular attention. And what I'm proud to say is that we have the best team in the country to prepare for storms like this and certainly manage them once they begin. And these are the kind of people who can make a foot of snow that would paralyze other parts of America, make it look like a piece of cake, right? All right, that's great. Well, I want to introduce Department of Transportation Commissioner Marie-Therese Dominguez, who's done an extraordinary job. Our Thruway Director, Frank Hoare, managing the thruways, keeping them open. That's great. Our DISH's Executive Deputy Director, Commissioner Terry O'Leary as well. And we have state personnel who've been planning for this since Wednesday, constant communication with locals, getting ready for all of our crews. Everybody's been ready and working around the clock. And I want to thank them. When you see them out on the roads, just please slow down, stay out of their way. They're doing their jobs, they're keeping us safe, and you have a role to play there as well. And I want to thank all the New Yorkers who heeded our warnings. We said, I spoke Friday, Saturday, please stay off the roads. And this is a time when you open those last presents that maybe you found behind the back of the trees, you're taking it down and eat the leftover cookies if they're still not too stale. But that allows our dream team to really get their jobs done, and I'm so grateful. So our forecast is simple. The winter storm warning is still in effect until 7 p.m. today. That's the Mid-Hudson, Southern Tier, Central New York, and the North Country as well, and in the capital region. Coastal flooding. This is an area where New York City was not hit with volumes of snow, as they could have had even the 1 or 2 inches they expected, but it's the coastal flooding along Long Island, southern Westchester, the Bronx, and northern Queens. And this is the first real test of our brand new state-of-the-art, first in the nation, Weather Risk Communications Center. And it's located at UAlbany. I was able to showcase this with Al Roker a couple of weeks ago. And knowing the exact snowfall amounts is absolutely critical, and it has really improved. This level of detail and accuracy has really improved our response time. We're seeing it already, so we're very, very excited about that. And we've been able to analyze forecasts, merge them with local data, and pinpoint how to direct our resources. So far, the highest snowfall amounts were in the Catskills and the eastern Hudson Valley, 14 inches in our winter today, Ulster County. And good news for our snow economy, the snowmobilers, the skiers, the people who just want to sled down a hill. So we're very excited about that for our people who've been waiting a long time for a good base of snow. Southern Tier and Central New York both had about 6 to 8 inches of snow. Capital Region, it's still coming down, but we've had about 4 to 5 inches so far already, but it'll continue through the day. I know our friends in New York City have been waiting 693 days to be able to build a snowman, and lucky for them, or unfortunately for them, depending on your perspective, they're going to have to wait a little bit longer. No real accumulation there, but again, we're grateful to Mother Nature for having this happen on a weekend. Having this volume of snow at any time during rush hour or early morning commutes is always dangerous, and so having the snowfall start on a Saturday night and go into Sunday allows us a chance with fewer people on the roads and fewer people who need to get somewhere. Makes it a lot easier for us. So we're expecting a few more inches of snow, places north of Westchester, and a little bit of rain, a lot of rain actually for New York City and Long Island. After 16 hours of snowfall, conditions are slushy and wet, and the roads are safe, and you'll get more details on that, but still be cautious. Again, you'll hear more from our commissioner about how important it is and who we have on the road and who's been deployed where. Our airports, no major cancellations, no major delays, minimal cancellations, which again is something other states are envious of. Subway, Amtrak, our trains are running safely, but there are some delays as well. Last night, as an aside, MTA was able to restore full service on the 1, 2, and 3 trains after this week's derailment. So we're really pleased that they could get those up and running, and they'll be in good shape for tomorrow's commute as well. The rest of the system running normally, no real delays. Amtrak did cancel a number of runs between Boston and New York last night, so if you plan to travel that route, make sure you check your information. Everyone's always worried about power outages. That's why I spoke for days about how we're deploying in different parts of the state our utility crews to make sure they can be responsive in real time, because as a mom who knows what it's like to be in the cold when the power's out with little kids, it can be dangerous. And so that's a high priority for us every time we get a forecast of snow coming down. We had about 1,035 power outages, but the good news is already 80% of that has already been restored, and most of them were in Broome County, some Schenectady. So that's why having 5,500 utility crew workers out there in advance can get that restored so quickly. So this storm may soon be done, but it's our cleanup phase. We want to make sure that we continue to do what we do and prepare for the next one. And that's what we're talking about, Tuesday storm. So it may just be rain, but very, very heavy rain. And if that's on top of snow or melting snow, there is a high risk of flooding in key parts of New York. And what we'll see is a wetter, windier conditions than we've seen in the last 24 hours. We could get 3 to 6 inches of rain on Tuesday. That is a lot of rain on top of the foot of snow from today. So it makes for dangerous road conditions. The heavy rain can also, on top of the snow, bring down power lines. So again, we're going to be monitoring this closely. We have a brief respite for cleanup tomorrow, and then we'll be heading into another storm on Tuesday. But again, when the ground's already saturated, a much higher chance of flooding. And so we'll be sharing some more details of what we know about Tuesday and Wednesday's storm. Tuesday is an important day here in the Capitol. It's my State of the State address, so to those of you traveling to hear that in person, take extra precautions and get on the roads a little bit earlier. But for now, stay safe, check your local forecasts, and you can, as I've said before, sign up for those alerts. Really, the first in the nation information coming right to you through high-tech operations. It's alert.ny.gov.
This has been breaking news.
camera. Yeah. Let's go.
You're on camera.
Check, check. Check, 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 check.
Check, check, 1, 2.
Check, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2.
Live and streaming from CBS News, New York. This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
And right now, the winter storm moving across the tri-state area. Not done just yet. The latest on the conditions here in the tri-state and beyond. We have live team coverage.
Good morning on this Sunday, January 7th. I'm Mary Calvi.
And I'm Chris Raggi. Thank you for joining us as we track the latest on this storm that's moving across the East Coast.
New video just sent in from Ridgewood, New Jersey, showing the snow is not quite over yet. After a bit of a lull in some areas, you can see those flakes are kicking back into gear.
Our team is bringing you live team coverage from across the tri-state area and beyond, from New Jersey to Connecticut, Massachusetts. We are on the ground tracking the latest developments of this first real snowfall much of our area has seen in about 2 years. Let's start our team coverage with Tony Sadico and Vanessa Murdoch in the First Alert Weather Center. Good morning to the both of you.
Good morning, guys. It's been an active 24 hours or so.
It sure has. And it's, you know, one of those things where it's that setup where it's been like haves and have-nots, and you drive 15 minutes and you got snow and some spots get nothing.
I know. There's been tears shed and shouts of excitement, I think, spreading across the tri-state area today because the snow totals have been completely all over the board. So we want to start things off there, give you a little recap of how things have shaken out across the region. The biggest so far, Platteville, New York, Ulster County, 14.6 inches. In Poughkeepsie, 13 inches. Unionville, New York, just over a foot. In Blairstown, New Jersey, 10.5 inches. Now, the losers, or maybe the winners, depending on your opinions, New York, New Jersey, just under that half-inch mark. Central Park, just 0.2 of an inch. That means we continue to rake up the number of days that we've gone without an inch of snow or more in the park. And out on the island, Iceland picked up just a trace. Now, the winds were impressive for a moment last night. Belmar, New Jersey maxed out at 50 miles per hour. Seaside Heights, 48 miles per hour. And Long Beach Island, about 43 miles per hour. But as we look live outside right now, yes, the flakes have started to fall yet again. Not overly impressive, but a nice way to end this storm system. 35 degrees right now with snow, and winds are variable at 7. But where do we go from here? My colleague Tony will now take over.
Yeah, Vanessa, and it's really, really cool because you see the flakes flying. The problem is it's just been so difficult to get it to accumulate, right? I kind of want to make a snowball, but you're not going to do that heading outside. Even though on radar and satellite picture, you're seeing some of that snow kind of spread over the city, and this is the changeover that we've been talking about. It extends into parts of western Long Island, and it continues to accumulate in areas that have already seen at least a few to several inches of snow in North Jersey, up across the Hudson Valley as well, and that will continue. This is what's leading to the change. Those temperatures were warmer earlier this morning than they are now. That's because the winds are starting to shift back around to the north. We've shut off the milder air that we had, and those temperatures are dropping, and that's why we're at least accumulating and seeing a few more of that snowfall reach the city as opposed to the rain that kind of took over all night long. Through about noon, you'll see areas basically north and east of the city still dealing with a couple of snowflakes, but then everything really begins to shift on out. Maybe southern Connecticut, the end of Long Island, eastern end there, we'll see a few flakes, but then it's pretty much all gone. We'll dry things out to bright looking Monday. But then we've got another system to talk about. Big red alert we're posting for our Tuesday system, which looks totally different from today's system. We're going to get into the details with more team coverage on that in a moment, but want to send it live out to our John Elliott. We've got 3 meteorologists, and he's busy. He's getting hammered with snow. How's it looking out there, John?
I got to tell you, Tony, weather is just like the real estate business. Location, location, location. You want a snowball? I'm going to show you how easy it is to make a snowball. Watch this, Vince. All you have to do to make a snowball is make a fist. You don't have to pack it. This is a heavy, wet snow. Put this on top of the little snowman we started later. So again, I mean, it's really, I mean, it's thick. We've added all of this, and we've got over half a foot of snow here trying to save these plants. I want to show you, as you look over to the roadways are just for the most part wet. Where you're going to run into problems is right here at intersections. This gets really slushy. So remember, you're going to come in and out of that big dips. You're going to see it's going to be a really hard to keep your car clean. Make sure that you're cleaning off the top of your car. I am happy to report the Jefferson Diner was nice enough to host us this morning. They are getting, you know, they've got the diehards. They've got customers here. Hats off to all the people who have to work. And how's it going? Hey, how's it? This is great. How does this do in the snow?
Whatever it wants.
So where'd you come from?
I live on the lake.
And no issues with this baby, right?
You own the road. You own the road. That's why I bought it a week ago.
You bought this a week ago?
Just for this. Yeah.
Get out of here. You're great. Thank you. Listen, I love live stuff. But thankfully, all these folks are here. Coming up, we're going to talk about that next big storm. It was funny, Vanessa was talking about heartbreak. You know who's really sad are the kids, because I don't think anybody's missing school tomorrow because the crews are going to have time to get things wrapped up and underway. We'll talk more about the relationship between this storm and the next storm, which is crucial, key, and critical in just a bit. Right now, though, I'll just see who else I'm going to run into and send it back to you guys in the studio.
So it's not a snow day, but at least they can go sledding today. And
well, let me tell you, not where I live. No, I asked my husband to drive about an hour west, where they got about a foot of snow, and that is not going to happen today. But John showed us some of that slipping and sliding, and that is a concern as we make our way through the overnight hours. Temperatures will be dropping, so be cautious of that. But we do want to talk more about that next red alert in just a few minutes.
Okay, guys, thanks. I can give you a little heads up. My kids are sledding currently in Bergen County. Yeah, so they're having a great time. All right, let's head to Sussex County right now in New Jersey, where they got some heavy snow.
CBS News showspread Rosie and joined us live from a ski shop in Stockholm. What a perfect day to go skiing. Shosh.
Hey, yes, a perfect day to go skiing, and we're trying to get, a little creative out here. We've done live shots for you guys all morning long. We're currently sitting on one of the snow banks that the snow plows have been piling up all over here in Sussex County. Right now we're in Stockholm, right off of Route 23. As you can see, traffic is moving pretty well. There have been some slushier conditions at times. You can see it's still snowing, but pretty much it's all cleared. We have plows coming through. They're salting the roads. I'm going to get up from this snowbank that we're here. Like you said, we are in front of a ski shop, and something that is so exciting for so many people today. It is the first ski and snowboard of the season. We are outside of Razor Tune Ski Shop and Snowboards here, and they have been seeing a lot of business going on. Just yesterday, so many people have been preparing for the first time. They're going to be hitting the trails up in Mountain Creek. We're probably about 20 minutes out from there. They had 70 people stop by the business yesterday. They've had a constant flow of people coming in today trying to get their first snowboards, skis, rentals for this season, and a lot of people are very excited. Up in Mountain Creek, they've seen about 9 inches so far. 12 trails are open, 4 lifts, so this is the perfect day. We spoke with some skiers, some snowboarders who have traveled from Long Island, from Connecticut, all the way up here to get their first ride of the season. Take a listen.
Mountain Creek's like home. Like, we go to a bunch of other mountains, but it's literally like our home mountain. We're from Long Island though, so it's like the closest thing we got.
No problems, no complaints. Everything was clean and perfect.
Perfect. And talk to me, how excited is your family about skiing?
Everybody's excited. This is a lot of fun.
I think it's a perfect day when you can head up to a ski mountain with your family and you don't have to worry about the road conditions. And it's still snowing out here today. Hopefully some more inches for those skiers and snowboarders up in Mountain Creek. As you can see, if you do come outside today, if you decide to, you will likely be greeted with a blanket of snow on your car. Take a look at this. We have seen about 8 inches in this area. We've been using our measuring stick all day long trying to figure out the totals in this area of Sussex County. And a little perk for us and my crew, who's been doing an amazing job all day here. We have Kevin, we have Matt, who are behind the camera right now. We've been trying to chill by this little fireplace outside the ski shop here, trying to stay warm. As I've mentioned before, it feels a little bit like we are in Vermont instead of New Jersey, but today has been a fun day overall. Roads are looking good, as I've mentioned, and hopefully everyone continues to have fun. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Does look pretty good out there. Throw some logs on that fire. You're going to be out there for a little while longer, Josh. But good job up there. Thanks so much. All right, CBS News' Chrissy Kalishian continues our team coverage. She's in Bergen County for us this morning.
Yeah, live in Oakland. What are you seeing there?
lots of snow. It's sticking to my eyebrow, my hair. We were talking about that. So it is sticking a little bit. I can show you it's not really sticking to the roadways, thankfully. It is a little wet, I would say. There you go. Hello there. Everybody's honking by. But yeah, you can see that it is a little wet. I would say proceed with caution, especially on hills. It's not sticking to the roads, but the sidewalks, you can see, they are sticking a little bit. They have been snowplowed right outside the Lenape Valley Diner. They've snowplowed a little bit. That's a lot of what we've been seeing. Take a look throughout this whole area. Right across the street at Portobello Restaurant, we've been seeing lots of snow plows, shovels. We've been seeing that a lot in neighborhoods. People out there with their dogs and sweaters out here snow plowing and shoveling, digging out this morning. But yeah, quite a lot of snow still coming down. Probably not too far from where your kids are sledding, Chris. And yeah, a lot of that of what we're seeing. On the way here, though, we did see some kind of rain, and then it became snow as we got to this Oakland area. But I can tell you, there's nothing better in New Jersey than waking up, seeing that the snow is cleared out from the roads, and just going to the nearby diner. That's what everybody's doing. These parking lots are full. These diner parking lots are full of people just coming in, warming up, getting that Taylor ham, not pork roll, egg and cheese. I'll send it back to you guys. Live in Oakland, Christy Kalishian, CBS 2 News.
Right, Christy. Thank you so much. Exactly right. Taylor ham. And you can't be from Jersey if you're not a diner person. All right, turning to the latest conditions on the roads now.
Cynthia Maldonado has been driving from Rockland and Ulster. Now she's in Rockland County. Let's talk to you, Mobile 2 on, is it I-87?
Well, Mary and Chris, you've been checking in with us all morning long. We've been showing you what the roadways have been looking like throughout Orange County. And now we just entered into Rockland County. We're driving on I-87 southbound. And this is what it's looking like. There's still some snow coming down very lightly. Of course, the trees have the coating on them. The roadways have a little bit of coating. It's nothing too crazy. Definitely have to give yourself some extra time this morning if you're waking up in Orange County or in Rockland County to shovel that driveway and dust off that car. And that was actually a little bit of snow from one of the vehicles in front of us. So a reminder to dust your car off completely before hitting the roadways. We were out here last night up in Orange County, actually, and you know the snow started falling back then. We had some video of some slip-ups, people slipping and sliding on the sidewalks. We caught one accident on the roadways, but I can say out here throughout this morning, we didn't come across any accidents, so that is good. And we also came across pretty much cleared roads. If they weren't cleared, we were seeing plow trucks, salt trucks, so it seems like officials throughout Orange County and Rockland County were prepared for this storm. And they also pointed out, same thing as Governor Kathy Hochul pointed out, that the timing of this storm was really good for the roadways because crews were able to get the roadways cleared out Saturday night into Sunday morning and keep them cleared as, you know, there's not that much traffic out here at this hour as well. We're going to continue to keep you updated. That is the latest from Mobile 2. Chris and Mary, let's send things back inside to you guys.
Okay, Tania, thanks so much. Well, the storm dumping snow all over the East Coast, including in Massachusetts, the area hit hardest by this storm.
And nearby, the Jets are getting ready to play the Patriots in the final game of the regular season. Meteorologist Jacob Wyckoff is at Gillette Stadium in Foxborough, Massachusetts, where the Jets are taking the field later on today.
Chris and Mary, a beautiful day here at Gillette Stadium. Snow globe effect definitely in full force. Someone has just taken up the stadium, shaken us up. That's what you see outside. That hum in the air, that's leaf blowers making quick work of some of the snow that's on the seats. If you're planning on heading to Gillette Stadium, probably still going to be dealing with some of the snow. Now, one thing I should mention, the field crews have just done a great job of getting to the playing surface, then letting the heated coils under the field do quick work of the snow on the field. So a lot of melting taking place on the field. And I expect there to be some additional snowflakes, but really no accumulations. Still should be a really interesting game coming up at 1 o'clock. Now, if you are heading from the tri-state area up towards Gillette Stadium, one thing I should caution you about is your drive to the stadium should be okay. There will be a few slick spots through Connecticut and Rhode Island. But on your drive home, we are expecting a flash freeze. Temperatures come crashing down the later into the afternoon we go. So by 4, 5, 6 o'clock, we're going to be in the 20s. Road crews are going to do their best to stay ahead of the icing, but it is something to definitely watch for. But as I mentioned, it's a beautiful day. I've seen a few Jets players coming out with their cell phones in hand, checking out the stadium and checking out the field. Not too many times do you get a chance to play in these type of conditions. But for now, that is the latest here at Gillette Stadium. I'm First Alert meteorologist Jacob Wyckoff. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Hey, Jacob, thank you very much. And on a less serious note, anybody making the trek up there for that game, we want to warn them it's going to be a pretty terrible football game as well.
Oh boy.
Two teams that are having horrendous seasons, finally ending it all today. All right, we've asked you to send in your pictures, and you have delivered.
Our Vanessa Murdoch with the CBS 2 weather team joins us now. Wow, it's so great to see everyone's photos coming in.
I know, Mary, this is my favorite part of a good snowstorm. It's the joy that follows the snowfall. So let's bring you our viewer photos that have rolled on in. Some very good ones, some very peaceful ones. First, snow falling in Ridgewood, New Jersey. This near Sherwood and Heights. Beautiful live picture. This is actually from earlier this morning when we saw the changeover from rain back to snow as the system makes its exits. Now, these shots were sent in by Evelyn, showing an undisturbed winter wonderland in Wallkill, New York, one of the areas seeing some of our biggest snow totals. I'm not saying the biggest, but you know, she's up there in the ranks. The snow was piled high on those shrubs and chairs, and there is a lot of cleaning up to be done there. And then, of course, this photo, so many close to the city and nearby suburbs can commiserate with. Young ones so very disappointed when they did not see enough snow on the ground to play in. This was sent in from Anna Lopez in Hasbrook Heights, and I can assure you my daughter feels their pain this morning. Snow's not going to shovel itself, folks, so that is why Rebecca sent us this shot of Tony clearing all the snow up in Kerhonkson. This is in Ulster County. Ulster County was the bullseye of the biggest snow totals, over 14 inches of snow there. And good luck to all those shoveling. Keep in mind, heavy, wet snow. This is a lot of energy and effort expended. Please be safe as we clear things up and just have fun for those of you who have snow to play in. Mary, back to you.
All right, Vanessa, we want to see your pictures and videos. Share them with us by going to cbsnewyork.com/photos or just scan the QR code on your screen. Let us know where you are and what you're seeing. Your pictures might even be featured on air and on our website.
And stay with the CBS 2 News team for the very latest conditions and forecasts. Look for updates all weekend here on the air, online, and streaming at CBS News New York.
Coming up, we're back live in the snow jackpot.
This is now a live look from Worcester, Massachusetts, one of the areas hardest hit by the storm. We've got a live report with the latest on the cleanup in New England. That's coming up.
And Tony, we're seeing that wet weather here in New York City, maybe coming back this week?
Yeah, Mary, this is the beginning of an active weather week. That system exiting. We've got another one that's going to quickly be loading in behind it. In fact, we've got a red alert for Tuesday, and this one's got the kitchen sink. Maybe a little snow, some rain, some wind, a high-impact event. We'll walk you through the timing with team coverage. Vanessa and John, what to expect for the week ahead after the break.
And welcome back to CBS 2 News this morning.
Let's get back to the First Alert weather team. We have Tony, Vanessa, John out in the field tracking the storm. We'll get to John in a moment, but first let's begin with you, Tony and Vanessa, leading the coverage from the Weather Center.
Hello, guys. Listen, we want to really hone in now on our next red alert system that is rolling in from across the country and will be rolling in here to the tri-state area Tuesday late into Wednesday. So Tony's going to take a look at where we stand now and where we're heading. And yeah, let's go ahead. Bring those graphics to you full frame live.
Yeah,
get a closer look.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing the rain pushing on out right now, but the snow is filling on in. And, you know, we're kind of tracking the back edge right now moving into New Jersey. So, like, if you're in Sussex, you're kind of starting to see the last little bit of it as well. Warren, eventually Morris. And then big picture shows, once this pushes on out, we'll get a high pressure to build. Weather's going to dry out. We're going to be nice, but for a day, because then by Tuesday we've got another system, and this one is going to be a big impact event for us with weather going downhill. It's why we've actually issued, I know it's still red alert till noon, we got another red alert beginning Tuesday afternoon. It's going to take us through at least the first part of Wednesday. This is not the same kind of event. Notice those temperatures really shoot up. So we've got warmer temperatures, so this is primarily going to be a rain situation. The problem is going to be a lot of rain, and then we'll get a break Thursday, Friday, and by Saturday it's a very similar system. We're going to be on the east side of this, so we're talking a lot of moisture, really a super soaker type of situation with heavy rain that could amount to 2 to 4 inches perhaps. There's a wind element as well, 40 to 60 mile an hour winds, as well as widespread flooding and power outages also going to be a big deal. So the big flash flood risk is really primarily going to be in North Jersey, but it's the rivers that we've been talking about and watching very closely. And I'm going to toss it on over to Vanessa because she is going to talk a little bit more about the timeline of this thing and how this is going to have an impact on our weather.
All right, so here's the situation. We have tomorrow to dry out, enjoy, and shovel out. But then what will happen rolling forward is that we're going to watch this storm system head in our direction starting Tuesday. The rain arrives as we make our way through the day. We're certainly going to watch it get heavier and steadier into the day on Tuesday, but the most significant rainfall arrives Tuesday night into early Wednesday morning. Rain falls torrentially at times, and we think this means big challenges for that Wednesday morning commute. By Wednesday midday, the storm system might be exiting, but alas, the river flooding continues to be a major challenge because we have to remember the river flooding tends to roll in post rainfall. Projected totals here, this is the Euro output, 2.5 inches, the average number, but we showed you 2 to 4 inches. These storm systems have a history of overproducing in the tri-state area, and that is our concern. When you couple the rainfall, 2.5 inches with melting snow, that means major problems from this storm system. And we're not just worried about flooding. Another big concern of mine is the winds. We're going to see a prolonged period of winds that are amped up with this system rolling through. Tuesday morning, winds are no problem, but watch what happens by Tuesday afternoon. Winds are now gusting 30, 35 miles per hour, and they get even stronger into the midnight hour, pushing toward that 50 mile per hour mark, and really do not subside until midday Wednesday. You can see that gust of 62 Wednesday morning. Rain rolls through, followed by cranking winds. We're talking about the potential here for more significant power outages, trees coming down because of these powerful winds. It is certainly a big concern for us, but also the river flooding is a major concern. So I want to check in with my colleague John Elliott, who's out there with Vince Everett and Alex Sussin this morning to see if they are still smiling. And John will talk a little bit more about our river flooding concerns. John.
Look at you, Vanessa, giving a little love to Vince and Alex. I like that. That was sweet. Hey, so you know what? We've added almost an inch to what we started with this morning. So the snow keeps coming down, and it's this very wet, very, very hard snow to move. So you got to be careful. Here's the concern. You look at the numbers that Vanessa's talking about for output, or what's going to be in the rain gauge with the warmer atmosphere and this extremely vigorous storm that will bring blizzard conditions to our neighbors in the central states. And then you take a look. So here we are. That's 15 up there. You take the little cutoff and you come down here to the Jefferson Diner. So this is Western Morris. I mean, we're just, Sussex is right over there. You can see Sussex County from here. And then you think about gravity. And the gravity of the situation is this. Lake Hopatcong is about 997 feet. Now, for the most part, it is a tributary to the Delaware River, but the Ramapo will feed into the Passaic. And these are just the Ramapo, the Pequannock, and the Rockaway. You look at some of the elevation changes. Here where I am, it's 997 feet. Little Falls, 157, that's just south of Wayne, where you have this big convergence. And then the mighty Passaic becomes the dangerous Passaic because you've got it going down into Patterson, which is 112 feet. And then obviously it continues its journey. It goes north and then it goes east. The concern is going to be the rain that Vanessa and Tony already have on the board that's projected. And I got to tell you, I've been doing this a long time. The models are getting better and better. There's always variation. There's always wobble. But again, if you're getting those kind of output numbers, you know it's going to be big. That on top of what we've got to melt still. And there's going to be a lot of melt. I mean, look at the piles here. Well, what are we going to do? Where's this going to go? I mean, it's going to go somewhere. And it's not going to be warm enough to melt all of this. It's just going to become a little bit smaller, a little bit dirtier, and all this comes down. Yeah! How's it going? We love you guys. It's great. I love this stuff. It's got no place to go. So obviously, people yell at us because they think we're, fear mongers. We just would be remiss if we didn't tell you how, dangerous it's going to be. Look at these guys. We'll give them a little video love over here. J&J Property Maintenance. Appreciate it. Somebody's got to do it. Thanks, you guys. So they've got it set up because they've got the salt and look at that. That's a pretty slick operation. All right. So again, I know people get mad at us like we're always looking for the next doom and gloom story. The scenario is set, though, for, unfortunately, another major flooding event coming up right now, though. Before we run into somebody else, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, John, thank you. A warning is always good. Always good to heed the warnings. Thank you, Johnny. Checking in now with other areas, seeing snow on the East Coast. It's part of our First Alert Network, which includes, of course, the Boston area. Snow has been falling there, leading to some issues on the roadways.
CBS News' Penny Kement joins us live from Worcester, just west of Boston. Penny, what are conditions there like?
Mary, Chris, the snowfall has been very intense here in Worcester, Massachusetts. We are actually expected to be one of the hardest hit areas across the entire country. And while it may be ugly to drive in, you got to admit it is just beautiful to look at. We have a winter wonderland here in Massachusetts. And the reason it actually hasn't been too bad to drive in is we've got to give a shout out to all of our snowplow trucks across the state. We're told that over 2,000 utility units have deployed, and they've done a great job of keeping our roads safe. No major traffic or highway issues here in Massachusetts, but where we are seeing some issues are when it comes to power outages. We have reported over 7,000 power outages across the state, and there is even some towns in Boston that have down power lines. Now, of course, this is all according to the Massachusetts Emergency Management Agency. Again, over 7,000 power outages across the state. So this will certainly be a snowstorm to remember, perhaps pretty significant, but we're going to continue to power through, and we're going to have to power through for several
Welcome back to CBS 2 News this morning. Live look from Greenwich, Connecticut. You can see dozens of kids are out there enjoying the snow.
Ready, set, go. There you go. I mean, perfect timing. And some perfect conditions for some winter fun out there. Our Doug Williams joins us live now. Doug, have you finally hopped on that sled yet?
Yeah, Chris and Mary, it has been snowing here in Greenwich on this sledding hill for, I would say, about the last half hour. And this sledding hill needed it. You could see there's still a little bit of grass at our feet. But for the most part, it has been running really well all day. And we've been here for several hours, as you both know, and the peer pressure starts to mount. You know, you can only say, well, I don't know if we should do that so many times. So I have here in my hands a sled. Dana Riccardi is going to join me, one of our photographers. Walter is staying behind the camera. I think when I said on TV that we might do a tandem thing, that it kind of spooked him a little bit. So we're going to give this a shot. Yeah, let's make sure we don't hit any children.
Okay. Ready?
Yep. You gonna get like a head start?
Very impressive. It looks as though Doug does have the lead. Dana now catching him on the outside. Doug seems to have stopped. The momentum is gone. And the rest of the kids are now going to take their lead. Good job. Can you hear us still?
I can hear you, Chris. Here. So
I have to say that was exciting.
Yeah. Also,
and no wipeout.
No wipeout.
It was. Yeah, I'm glad that we provided some excitement.
That was good. And you can see the kids looking on in awe of two adults careening down the trail.
So smooth.
A little bit confused. some confused faces. We'll return our sleds to the crying children we took them from. So
fantastic.
And I'll send things back to you,
console them
Chris and Mary.
Console them with some donuts or something. But nice job to the both of you. Glad you could stay safe and tell the kids.
Nice work, Dana.
Good work. Good work. All right. Let's get a final check of your first alert forecast. Get back over to Tony Sadiku in the Weather Center. Hey, Tony.
You got to take advantage of it when you've got it, right? I mean, it's not that much snow, and, you know, it's not going to be around that much longer. So, yeah, on a Sunday, why not? And so lovely to see so many folks enjoying it. So here's where we go from here. We do have a couple of lingering showers and snow showers still around the region. Everything is exiting, though, so it's not sticking around that much longer. Still, perhaps another, I mean, if you tally up everything we've had over the last couple hours, and then bright and calm for Monday. Tomorrow looks amazing, right? Totally different looking day, but right behind it is a big significant storm we're tracking for Tuesday that we've issued a red alert for. So here's the last little bit of it. You can see the snows just kind of taking over the city, even into parts of Long Island. It is falling, and it's just kind of melting as it does so. Air temperatures are still fairly warm, but as expected, there'd be like one last little wave of snow with it. And there you go. For today, those temps mid to upper 30s for highs, right? It is drier this afternoon, but I gotta caution you about tonight because those temperatures, as those skies will clear, will be dropping quickly, and many neighborhoods are gonna be below freezing. So any, you know, residual snowfall or anything like that will freeze over, and there could be some icing issues. So watch out for that. On top of that, you're gonna wanna bundle up because those temperatures are waking up to feels like temperatures are going to be way down there in the 20s too. Enjoy that bright spot in the week Monday. Tuesday afternoon, weather goes down a hill with rain and wind returning, and then we'll enjoy a couple more dry days before, unfortunately, we're back to another wet weekend heading into next week.
Okay, Tony, thank you. Let's take things over to Vanessa Murdoch right now. She's got some new viewer pictures that have been sent in. Vanessa?
Yeah, they keep rolling in, and we want you to continue to do so. We still have plenty more news to go late tonight, all the way through the 11 o'clock that we want to share your viewer photos. So here we go, taking our first picture from Lewis Elg in Vernon, New Jersey, where 9 inches of snow fell. The sun deck there looking toward High Point Monument, and it is certainly a spectacular scene. This a look at New Windsor, New York from Monica. Her backyard view in Orange County. Wish I was enjoying a cup of coffee with you this morning. That is a spectacular situation. Now, this video from Gail, and we always love wildlife enjoying the snowfall. And this is a picture, or rather a video, of a bird still managing to forage amongst the snowfall in Lopatcong, New Jersey. I hope that bird's having a great start to the day. Finally, you know, who doesn't love a sweet pup hanging out, enjoying the snowfall? This video taken last night by Neil in New Brunswick. Neil is fabulous with providing us video and pictures of all the snowfall and many of our weather events. So thank you, Neil. Thank you to all of our viewers who sent in pictures, and especially thank you to Jackie, who sent this video of their dog, or her dogs rather, Joey and Lady, playing in the snow for the first time in Bud Lake, New Jersey. And joy is what I see in those pups' faces as they frolic in the snow. Chris and Mary, did you do that just yet?
Not just yet.
No, frolic.
Soon.
Yeah.
As soon as we get home. Cannot wait to
But
frolic.
that sounds amazing, Vanessa. Thanks. So we want to see your pictures and your videos. Share them with us by going to cbsnewyork.com/photos or just scan the QR code on your screen. Let us know where you are, what you're seeing. Your pictures might even be featured on air and on our website, too.
Thanks so much for spending part of your Sunday with us. I'm Chris Wray.
I'm Mary Calvi. Full winter weather coverage continues here on our streaming network and our website, cbsnewyork.com. Have a great rest of the weekend.
This is CBS News, New York.